have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't. Hi there, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be back finally for the Isles of Iverion as we start our downtime. But before we do that, let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started.
I don't care. If I have to die, I am not spending another second under your control.
I don't believe that's you. I met the teacher at the mausoleum.
You met a lie!
I don't want to watch the people I love die and do nothing.
Because you can't tell me what my spirit tells me isn't true.
I'm a pretty good judge of character, so just keep that in mind.
I suppose that's right. We can talk about that later. We're back. Let's go ahead and dive in to tonight's session. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I don't do the summary. Someone else does the summary. This week on summary is Felicity. Felicity, take it away.
It's me. All right. Last session, Book 9, Chapter 1. The Forerunners are left in the throne of Asmodeus, with Glacia by their side, watching the battle between Eurydice and Asmodeus unfold in the magical mural on the ceiling and walls. The entire place is about to crumble and collapse when Yorick notices a pull to an item that seems to have a connection to him/to Ventahala. He quickly retrieves it and insists Glacia come to the material plane with the party. She's not fully sure on her decision, but agrees, and the brothers cast plane shift and take everyone back to Talamir. The party and the brothers go to Oakcarn Keep, while Yorick speaks with Glacia. They help each other understand everything that had happened on their ends. Glacia then decides to head southeast to Macavia. She does so in a humanoid form to learn why the material plane is so special given all the effort the party has put in to save it. She also does not want to see her mother, but Yorick doesn't promise that he won't try and make that happen. Isabella Harwood greets the party and gets them... Sorry, my brain can't focus on two things at once, apparently. Isabella Harwood greets the party and gets them settled, letting Twig know that there are people waiting to see her. They are previous noble families of the land and hope to return. Tiberius and Danny gleefully greet the party as well, excited for them to be home. Lila is despondent despite the victory, since Severin is currently dead and she is unsure if they will be able to revive him. The party discuss their thoughts on how to move forward with everything. In general, they plan to continue to fight against the darkness, and we'll see how the Simulacrum Emerald is once he returns. They will look into the Chronoboss route to try and fix the timeline by removing the Dark One from it. The next day, Twig meets with the noble families. Overall, they were all just hoping to return to their homeland and support House Forrester. There was a group of mercenaries that tried to deceive Twig, but decided against it, seeing her kind, open nature. She welcomes them in anyway for a new start to life. Yorick, having reached out, don't know why I spelled it that way, reached out to Ventahala and still having her contract, asks her to meet him in the keep. When she arrives, they decide to destroy her contract since Zariel is dead. He also gives her back the piece she was missing from Asmodeus' throne and Yorick himself. There is a change in him and an emptiness in a way. His Yanti lineage is visible now. Later that day, Varnast arrives, ready to do the resurrection ritual for Zevran. Enough rain falls from the sky to make a shallow lake in a field where Yorick, Nalfian, and Lila make offerings to try and convince Zevran's soul to return. After the last offering, Lila pulls Zevran from the water and he takes his next breath again. And that's what happened.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Felicity. Great job. So we'll go ahead and dive back in. Varnast, to all of you, delivers the unfortunate news, and all of you can feel it. Your ability to resurrect, revivify, raise dead, anything that would pull a soul that has left a body, or a body that has been completely disintegrated or destroyed back to its physical form, those powers have left you, as all of you can feel divinity shatter. It breaks, it leaves this world. Whether this is temporary or permanent, you have no idea. But it's something that all of you grapple with in the moment, but sadly, there's nothing you can do in this current moment about it. But you celebrate, however brief, the return of Zevran. All of you return to Oak Cairn Keep after saying your goodbyes to Varnas, thanking him for his service, but he also has quite the busy schedule ahead of him as well. Lots to be done in Afera and the Gemstone still. So, pulling down lightning around him, he teleports away, heading to spread the word to his companions about what happened. So, with that, as all of you return to Oak Cairn Keep, this happens on, let's see here, because dates matter quite a bit here. So you all return from the Hells on the 16th of Sunspire. Let me go ahead and add a note of that. The four runners return from the Hells victorious. Fantastic. I do have to edit that actually, so everybody can see it. And Isles. Save note. There we go. Now, you return on the 16th of Sunspire, which is August. You all have, before any downtime begins, the collective exhaustion hits all of you from the adrenaline of just going and going and going ever since you entered the Hells, what in real world time was about a month and a half ago. And honestly, it feels like a month and a half of being in the trenches of war. But you've made it out the other end. That unfortunately catches up with you, and Zevran is desperate to have at least a little bit of time to recover after being resurrected. So before any downtime activities start, a little bit more than a week passes. So downtime starts on the 25th of Sunspire, which is the 25th of August. So what I have here, just to break things down for you guys, to have a little bit of transparency, is there is 2 years of downtime. It really is more a year and about 6 months, because it is from now until winter, so from now until December, and then from January to December of the next year. So it's like a year and 6 months, but still enough time for all of you to use the items and do everything you want to do. I have that all plotted out now. But I have everything in the chronological order in which it would kind of happen, in terms of how long it would maybe take your character to get there, versus things that are a little bit closer. So I'm going to go down the list, and what we're going to do is we're going to do year 1 of downtime this session. So I have everything listed out here. If there's anything that happens that you weren't, that you thought would be year 1, let me know at the end of the session, and we can plug it into the to the next session. But I think by the end, I think that this is everything. I hope so. of year one, at least. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. On the 25th of Sunspire, Zevran, actually, is the first one to take initiative. So, a question for the party. I have a feeling I know at least what one party member would have been doing in relation to Zevran, but has anybody been kind of keeping tabs on Zevran throughout this process? Or have you guys been more watchful for him? And has he ever had like a moment alone, so to speak?
I mean, I'll start. I mean, Lila's probably pretty glued to his hip for a little bit, but like she also understands that people need space, so she would like not hover entirely. But at least for a little bit, she's just like,
For sure.
yeah, you're not leaving my side. So
That's
Yeah,
very
I
fair.
feel like Nalf would want to like obviously respect Lila and Severin having their time together, but like when he gets a chance getting Severin up on his feet and moving around a little bit, come and train with us, even if you take it easy, just to like help get his strength back.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay.
I think for Twig's part at least, she's not going to be directly checking up on him, because she's like, you know, Lila's got that covered, you know, other people have that covered, at least in the personal, like, people side of things. So instead, she's going to in charge a little, like, sparrow or some shit to just always be in the room with him, like, always watching
Aw.
over him, so, like, you know, it can come to her and alert, I guess, her and the party in turn, in case anything happens, you know.
Okay.
So, you know, it's like, yeah, he's totally got space, but there's just always this sparrow, just, you know, in the corner of his eye.
I love that. I love that. All right. Fantastic. And then York?
I think York would definitely be like giving him his space. I imagine that like first night or two he made him some food that Zevran like really likes, but otherwise he's just like, yeah, bro, you're fine. You know, smacks him on the same spot in the back. He always hits him. You know, I think York's very quick to move back to the usual routine.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. I just wanted to double check. So, as all of you have kind of been giving him space every once in a while, he's been getting his strength back, and, you know, to a certain degree, it seems like even stronger than what he was before. This new lease on life has emboldened him to a degree. And one day, on the 28th, so the last day of the month, as some of you are getting ready to leave or head out and do other activities in the local area after your rest has ended, he finds you, Nalfian. Maybe after the training, one of those days, and Tiberius and Danny have sort of, you know, walked away to accomplish their own goals for the rest of the day. But he approaches you and says,
Nalfian, can I talk to you for just one moment, please?
Yeah, of course.
There's been something I've been meaning to ask you for. And I have a feeling you may know what it is.
You mean this? Pulls it out of his back pocket. I've
And-
been waiting for you to come and get it, but I figured you would when the time was right.
You're correct, and the time is right.
Now hands it over.
and he'll take it and he'll kind of tuck it into his robe and say,
I do, it means a lot to me that you remembered that story I told. And I heard it when you spoke it, so thank you.
Of course. And I mean, even if you didn't feel as though you were in the right state of mind, I think that story meant a lot to both of us. And I'm glad you told it to me.
I think now it's time for me to do something I probably should have just done in the Hells or before it. Actually, no. I think now's just the right time.
I could not agree more. I think now's the time more than ever that you need to take your own advice about being courageous. Kind of pats him on the shoulder.
Courage is definitely what I need. All right.
You can do this. Good luck.
Thanks.
What's the worst you could say, no? He just smiles.
Ha 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 ha. Yes. And he'll kind of turn. He'll inhale and he'll straighten up. You can see he's not too deterred.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, the rest of the day passes, and eventually, as night begins to fall, Lila, as you go in to check in on Zevran, there is a note on his bed.
Mm-hmm.
And as you sort of immediately like rush up to it,
Yeah.
who kidnapped Zevran? What's happening? You know, adventurer brain. You open it, and the first words are, "Don't worry, nothing bad happened.
Okay.
But I want you to come and find me. There's a clue in this room that would lead you where to go next."
I love puzzle. Alright. Is it... It's probably not obvious.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll, like, fold up the thing. There's nothing else written on the page at all? Like,
Nope.
that's literally it?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, what in the room is different than normal? I assume there's got to be something a little different or
Mhm.
additional.
Yeah, you know Zevran, especially after, you guys have started to get comfortable within the keep over the past week and a half. Zevran keeps a very nice and tidy room, very specific on where everything goes. And your passive perception is high enough, Lila, that you can notice that there is a very specific collection of scrolls he has in a sort of bookcase on the back end of the room. And one scroll in particular is missing. And that's a scroll, that's a spell that you two have been working on together.
Oh. That's cute. What is it?
So the spell itself, no, you're good, is the astral star map spell.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah.
However, the scroll for
that.
that spell is missing. And as you look in that little cubby, there is a compass inside there.
Oh, a compass. Okay. Which I assume points north in Illica.
It does not this one. They typically do, but this one does not. This one is pointing southwest. And as you kind of turn, it ends up pointing forward.
Okay. She's gonna follow the compass then.
Okay.
Teehee, this is fun.
All right. So you begin to follow the compass, and you can kind of see it like leads you on this very weird path through the castle. As you're just sort of like looking at the compass, you're passing some of your companions, like, Twig, that sparrow specifically, is like following behind Lila, kind of soaring, and at one point kind of deviates to like come to you and let you know that Zevran's not in his room and there's a compass, and Lila's following it.
Not. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny.
You can see like Yorick as you're like in the mess hall, just sort of like eating your meal right before dinner. Lila, the compass leads you in, around, and then back out.
She's so focused. She doesn't even say anything to Yorick. She's just like, what is going on?
Okay. Eventually, as you move throughout the keep, eventually it takes you outside of the walls, and it takes you to this larger clearing. And Lila, you're smart. The path that it took you was completely absurd. I mean, there was no reason you could have gotten here in a quarter of the time. And in this evening, clear skies, the constellations, and the shifting auroras waving. On the edge of the river, you can see Zevran standing maybe 15, 20 feet ahead of you.
Ooh, so pretty. Okay, yeah, she'll like hurry up as soon as she sees him to get to him.
Ah, you figured out
Hey!
my very intricate puzzle.
It's so intricate, I didn't know where you were taking me.
Well, I wanted it to take a little longer because I wanted a little extra time. Just to make sure I knew exactly what to say. And he kind of looks up to the stars, and he'll kind of like gesture out to hold your hand.
Mm-hmm. Also, is the sky, I mean, the Aurora Borealis is pretty rare, right? Like, we weren't expecting it to be that way.
No.
Okay, yeah. She'll kind of like take his hand, but also like look up, kind of like raising an eyebrow, but then look back to him, assuming this is all related.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the first day we met?
Yeah, I do.
I remember it so vividly for the first time in my life when I exploded with the knowledge I had of the astral sea, while most of the people at that table, their eyes kind of glazed over. Yours didn't. You looked so I don't, interested, so happy. I don't know.
I know what I was feeling. I just felt seen and heard, and I hope you did too.
Exactly. I felt heard. Something that I had never felt. Truthfully, not like that at least, and not like now and every other time that I've spoken to you, I felt heard. I wrote a letter that I gave to Nalfian in the Hells after I learned what I did, and the letter was to you, and I'd like to read that letter to you now, because you deserve to hear it. And he'll, still holding on to one of your hands, he'll sort of take out the letter, and he'll sort of open it and say, "Dear Lila, I know you most likely have many questions, and I have many answers I'd like to give you. In the envelope of this letter is a ring. A ring I intended to give to you after all was said and done. A ring I intended to give to you to ask for your hand in marriage. The ring holds an enchantment that will open a door to a pocket dimension where I've recreated my mansion. Anything placed in there will stay, and you can create a doorway twice a day. Once to enter, once to exit. I am sorry, Lila. Just know how I wanted to experience life with you, but how thankful I am that I had as much time as I did. With all my love, Zephyrin. And he'll kind of fold it up and tuck it back in. And as he holds your hands, he says, I can't believe how naive I was to think that you wouldn't go to the ends of the earth to change fate, to save me, to save us. And I don't know what the years have in store for us. I don't know if the world will end or if it will continue. I don't know. But if there's anyone that can make sure that we see tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, it's you. So even if it's only one day or 10,000 days, I want to spend them with you. Not just as your companion, but as your husband. And with that, Zevran will get down on one knee, reaching into a back pocket on his robes, and he'll pull out the ring he mentioned and says, Lila, Tatiana, will you marry me?
Yeah, she's like doing the like hair like whole thing. She's all of the feelings, all the crying, and she just like almost like in a squeak, she just kind of like yes, and then like cries and hugs him. Like,
yeah, and
yeah.
he'll immediately
Oh my
sort
God.
of stand up and hug, and then place the ring on you.
Yeah, and she'll give him a kiss, and she'll
Mhm.
put on the ring, and she's got to look at it, of course. I'm sure it's gorgeous.
It is beautiful. As you look into it, you can see that it is made from a few gems that seem to almost have like astral rock embedded into them, where they've been polished and refined, so they give off this like hue that is very similar to what your armor does, with this larger gem.
And
on
he
the top.
knows how to make it match. What a guy! Oh my gosh!
And he said, that's not all. There is one last
That's
thing.
not all.
No,
What?
I know that you would have done it regardless, but I wanted to give you something as a thank you, because I know of what's happened with Corellian, and I know you might not feel very close to divinity, since apparently there is no more, but the constellations and the auroras that he created were always symbols of his. And I think that if there's anyone who should have that same power to create those symbols, it should be someone like you. I don't know if you can use it yet, but I know one day you will be able to. Lila, he'll pull out a scroll, and he'll hand it to you. And as you begin to sort of read the arcane runes etched within, which you'll be able to add to your character sheet, it is a spell very similar to control weather. Except instead of controlling like wind and rain and snow and heat, you can create these massive astral projections in the sky that can envelop an entire region. You can create constellations, not with any actual impact on souls, but you can tell stories in the sky with the constellations and with these with the auroras. And whenever you cast this spell, there is a benefit on that region where those people can sleep safely. There's no nightmares, there's no panic. It is a sort of shield of peace and serenity around them.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my god. And that's so him too. That's fucking cute. Oh my god. I don't even know how to role play right now. I'm so happy. Oh my god. Yeah, I think her reading that scroll, she'll just kind of like look up to him again with those like kind of like glossy doe eyes, you know, when
Mhm.
someone's just like overwhelmed with like just happy, and say, "You definitely didn't owe me anything at all. And this is incredible. I mean, thank you for gifting it to me, but this is you. Whenever it's cast, that's you." And
That
she'll
kinda-
put a hand on his cheek
Yeah.
and say, "Thank you for everything. For being one of the safest places I could ever be. Always."
And he'll smile at that and lean in to kiss you one more time.
Yeah.
As the aurora swirls around the two of you. In this moment, it's not Zevran and Lila. The two of you feel united as one. We fade to black.
That's so.
All right.
And the music ended at the right time. It was just cute as hell.
Okay.
When she gets back to the keep,
Mhm.
flash in the ring.
Everybody
Everyone.
wake up right now.
No, exactly. She's like, "There's important business."
You guys were dating?
Imagine.
Good.
Oh,
When's the wedding?
So,
This
actually,
step.
Man,
As-
a year and 5 months seems so far away. That's crazy.
as all of you are sort of like, talking, writing all these, saying all these things, and talking about it, all of you hear bells. Jingle bells.
Do it.
Santa? What are you doing here?
As there's this cold breeze that enters into the room, and you hear this just faint.
Oh.
Ho, ho, ho.
Isn't it fucking August?
It
Nicholas?
is. Yeah, it is August.
Man, bro, we need to get a new calendar.
As the cold breeze enters the room, there is a letter. It flies in and lands on the table right next to all of you. You can see it is this very fine gold parchment with this red trim and bells hanging off of it as it sort of coasts in very fast, lands, and jingles as it falls. The cold breeze leaves. And you're left with a letter.
Get the letter. Yeah. What's
Mhm.
up with jingle bells?
So as you open the letter and begin to read it, well, Nicholas, saint of the city of Yule, is, he's a very powerful being. And one of the things that he thrives off of is happiness and joy. And he felt such a potent, happiness coming from this place. And when he looked upon it, he saw this wonderful union, or the beginning of this union between two individuals that he knew. So Nicholas of the city of Yule formally invites or makes the city of Yule available to you two if you would like to have your wedding there. And if you don't have anyone to officiate, Nicholas himself would be happy to do so.
Santa Claus!
Imagine.
Wow.
Absolutely not the big O card man.
Too bad Danny's gonna do it.
He says don't be pressured if you have anybody else, but if you can't find anyone, he'd be happy to do it. Regardless, he'll prepare all the food, he'll have everything ready for the services you all did for the Astral Sea and for the city of Yule.
That just feels just right. You know, the Astral Sea and everything, where Lila and Zevran got together. Lila's gonna look to Zevran and be like, I mean, what do you think? And also, he's like magic, we can do it like so soon.
That never in my life would I have ever thought But yes, of course. What? Of course, yes.
It's so fun. I mean,
Yes.
how? Like, I don't know when does this? How do we commute? Do I write back? Like,
I mean, what if we just do this winter?
let's do this winter. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
great.
Why not? Or next winter. I mean, we have the time.
Let's do this winter.
It's all right. Okay.
We're not certain on how much time. Anything, you know.
That's honestly fair. Fair. Okay, so you can, as you flip the card around, you were so focused on the front that write
says-
return messages on the back.
Lila like pauses real quick as she's like, and also she's pink again. She had been green for a bit, and now she's pink again. She's gonna pause for a bit and say, "Wait a second." And she's gonna turn back to Zevran and also look to everybody else. I realize I might be just very excited and happy right now. Do we want to think about this, or do we want to just say yes? 'Cause
Girl,
also
it's your wedding.
I just need to know what I'm wearing.
Because planning a wedding is so much work. And we have so much other work we have to do. So it might be nice
Lila.
just to let...
Sign the paper.
Okay.
Sign the paper.
Done.
All right. Well, I think the only thing we need to think about now is who we're
Wedding
inviting
party, wedding
Colors. Oh, yeah.
and the colors and
What I'm wearing.
what Nalfian's wearing. And how we're going to get everyone there.
Well, that's...
Go on, Lila. That's what.
Because
I haven't Yeah, well...
I think both of
okay.
our families would probably want to be there.
Well, yeah. Could we not set up a teleportation circle in... City of Yule? I almost said Winter Mist. Like... And then, you know, your family has a teleportation circle. My family has a teleportation circle.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
I think that's great. Makes sense to me.
Okay, now we do dress shopping. And I have to think about who's going to be in my bridal party. Oh, and you have to think about who's going to be in your bridal party.
He'll kind of like look to Yorick and Nalfian.
His brother? Like...
Well, yeah,
No.
but they're also in the room right now. What if he didn't want to ask the two of them? And you brought it up in front of... That's what I felt like in college. That's really funny.
Yo, man.
I see.
There's no stag party like a Macavian stag party. You have no idea what you're in for.
Lila's going to turn to Twig. You want to be at my bridal party, right?
I've never been to a wedding before, but I would
This is
love
your first
to.
wedding? Well, you're going to be my bridal party. Oh my gosh,
I
what
don't
color?
know what I meant to do though.
Oh, it's so easy.
She's gonna like kind of look to Nafi. Nafi's really fast.
Can you?
First
She
of all,
knows who's married in here.
damn.
That's
You
really
know,
sad.
you get
Funny.
to buy
Yes.
dresses and
I'll
Nafi's, like,
help
nodding.
you. It's all good. I'm gonna look up wedding colors. We got Pinterest going.
What's Pinterest?
Sorry, that's Felicity.
I think it's red, gold, and like white or some shit. Those are your colors. It's in force. It's like the color of the town, you know?
Nope. Nope. Santa's magic.
It's gonna be gaudy.
Okay.
Winter wedding colors.
If there is anybody else you want to bring, Ephron would also be able to help with that.
Duh. Well, Ephron has to be there anyway. Ephron and his family are invited.
Blossom and the fam.
Blossom. Oh. And then obviously all of their families.
Oh man.
Southern style.
All right. So as Felicity, you're planning the invite list.
Yeah, I'll
Um,
just text it to you.
Yeah. All of you.
Laura Khan, Rido.
Guys.
Just get all of them here.
Oh, fuck, Laura
Dark
Khan's
one.
dead though.
Crap
Can't
for
invite
them.
him.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
So you all spend a fair bit of the evening chatting and talking and congratulating. No, excuse me. Of course, Zevran will ask Yorick and Nalfian for both of you to be his groomsmen, but he is going to ask his brother to be his best man in the wedding. He will also, because they did adventure together, he will ask Danny and Tiberius also. If
Aw.
he needs 2 extras to balance out what's going on in Lila's.
I don't know, because I'm actually
I feel like
where...
Daddy's gonna be absolutely wasted at the wedding.
Oh my God.
You know how much liquor it takes to get a raccoon drunk? Not
No,
a
it's gonna be
lot.
all the pie he's eating.
Not much.
Bro has like 1 beer and he's suddenly just blackout.
Oh. Velvet. Okay, all right.
Oh Jesus!
So,
That scene in Red Dead.
Lennon! All right. So, with that, all of you eventually, after staying up pretty late, eventually head to bed. Happier, all of you. The joy is infectious to a degree. So, you head to bed, but eventually, you wake up. The next morning, and Twig, the next few days are dedicated to the preparing for the journey south to Tarkir. Earlier in downtime, you had sent a letter requesting an audience, and Queen Omen's hand had approved the meeting. And it is set to be the 6th of Leaf Fall. So that's just about a week from now. So the preparations are made. It's not a very long journey to Tarkir, especially with the additional magical means that all of you have. It's not going to be an issue. But the preparation begins. However, on the 1st or 2nd of Leaf Fall, as all of you are, specifically Nalfian and Twig are preparing to leave, Yorick, Lila, were the 2 of you wanting to join?
Lila would join if Twig wanted her there, you
Mhm.
know, as like that kind of like support and guide. But if this is something Twig wants to like handle on her own, I think Lila would let her do this thing on her own, you know. So up to you, Gemma.
I mean, I will say, I think at least in Twig's mind, this is less like a strictly diplomatic thing, and so I don't think she's like, you know, wishing to rely on Lila in that kind of way, you know? So, I mean, there's still an open invitation, but I don't think she's like, you know, Lila, please help me.
Yeah. I think she'll just let Twig handle it then.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Same for Yorick?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
he'll just stay at the keep.
Okay. Yorick, you could, even if you don't want to go with them, you did receive a letter, from the witness, wondering if you would return. So you could at least accompany them down to, Traverse, and then sort of split off from there to go to Macavia.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Would absolutely do that.
Nice. All right. So with that, like I said, this is happening before all of you leave. But Nalfian, after the events of the past few days and finally having some time to breathe and relax, there's something that's been on your mind. A final bit of closure you've been wanting to get. So on the 2nd of Leaf Fall, you prepare to find that closure. And I understand there was a couple things you wanted to do beforehand, right?
This is before we leave?
Before
Or
you leave. Yeah, this is that thing.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
I was just wondering. Because
Yeah,
you,
this
like,
is...
I don't know. The setup confused me. I didn't know we were... Yeah, this is before we leave.
Yeah, before you leave.
Yeah, so... Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of, like, how he would want to do this. Yeah. So I would say before we leave, like, Nalfin would wake up pretty early that morning, and just, and I'm not gonna roleplay this part out, but just, like, individually, I think he would go to everybody in the party, and just kind of explain, like, you are not obligated by any means necessary, but he is going to hold, like, a small funeral for his wife and daughter today, where he just kind of wants to say some words and just kind of give them a proper resting place. Obviously, when he's explaining this, you know that there's not, like, physical forms for him to bury or anything, but he's just very, like, vague about it. But when he goes to Twig, he would ask Twig more specifically if she would mind if he was allowed to do this somewhere here and close by.
Yeah, I mean, she would definitely allow that. Let there be honor foresters too.
Oh, okay, Joe had to turn the blue lights on. Yeah, okay, so as long as he got permission, yeah, he would definitely go around and say that, and then, if there was, like, a specific spot, Twig, he would, because he is going to be disturbing the ground, so he doesn't want to just start digging in places you don't want him to. So you just kind of, like, point out where it would be okay. And he's going to dig, like, 2 small holes, just, like, big enough to fit a trinket in. And he's going to lay inside the 2 carvings that York had given him a while ago. So yeah, that's what he would prepare, Joe, beforehand.
Yeah. So, with that, Nalfian, you're able to dig where Twig had in mind. Twig, was there anywhere specific in mind that you would have told him, or just sort of a general area that would have been good?
Yeah, there was an area specific. Because when they initially cleansed the land and all that, there was that little grove area where she was able to see the spirits of her parents. And so I think, like, the kind of burial of then Nalfian's family will be the start, I guess, of this grove as a kind of designated, like, sacred ground for kind of, I guess, a burial ground for the foresters.
Okay. Sounds good. So yeah, Nalfian, you're told specifically where, and with a lot of reverence, you begin to dig the small holes and kind of roll these, smaller rocks to be sort of markers or headstones to a degree to denote, where, and that there is something buried here.
Like, on the way, he would have, I mean, there's, I assume, black roses that grow everywhere around here, so he probably would have grabbed some along the way. So he has, like, 2 little bouquets that he can put at them.
Yeah. So you dig and you have the bouquets ready. And just to be double check, this is everybody: Yorick, Lila, Twig, and Nalfian and Zevran. Okay. So yeah, Nalfian, as you sort of kneel on the ground, the moment is yours. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. So after he would prepare all of that, he would kind of stand back up and look to the party first, and he would just say, "Thank you all for being here. I know this is maybe strange and a little informal. But it felt like it was time to do something a little bit more better than what they got. So we can move forward. So I just appreciate you guys being here for that." He kind of like does a half smile, and he'll turn back to the two small graves that he made, um, kind of clutching at the bouquet that he's made. He clears his throat. "To my Lily, find a flower in the dark. You know, I used to say nothing beautiful could grow in the Underdark, but you taught me to see beauty even in the most unlikeliest places. Taught me a lot of things. And I cannot thank you enough for that. And I know I've said goodbye before, but I just have so much to thank you for, and this time I wanted to say goodbye and know that you are at peace and resting in a place where flowers will always grow, and it's always beautiful. So thank you for loving me when I thought I would never know the feeling. Thank you for giving me purpose in life. Thank you for trusting me and seeing me. You saw me. You saw through that cocky grin, the stupid laugh, and you saw my pain. And you saw the scared man who sought nothing more to know what the warmth of love is. And you laughed even when I never tell any funny jokes. You smiled even when I was never all that charming. You danced with me. You held me through the night. And you sang sweet, sweet songs, and you made me feel like a man and not a monster. And then you gave me the greatest gift. Our little girl, our little rose, our beautiful flower that grew in that darkness and brought so much light. To my Rose, thank you for allowing me to be your father. Thank you for giggling and smiling when I held you, even if I had no idea what I was doing. Thank you for falling asleep in my arms and trusting me with your life. And I wanted to give you the life that I never had. I wanted to give you the world because you deserved it. You both did. And now I can only hope you're proud of your dad. And you can see the good that he does, and the good that he brings the world, because he does it for his girls. And he turns to look at Twig. And I want you both to meet someone. And Nothing kind of holds out his hand to bring Twig over.
Yeah, sure.
This is Twig. She saved me when I was lost. And she gave me another chance to try again. I found a new purpose, and like you, she sees me. And I know you both would love her so much, just like I do. And this is her home and her land, and she's given us a home here too. Like I said, somewhere where the flowers will always grow and the sun will always shine. Where you can rest peacefully and know that I am at peace. I have found peace. I love all my girls so much. Thank all of you for making me into the man I needed to be. And he'll put the flowers down for both of them. And he'll just kind of give Twig a kiss on the top of the head. You can tell he doesn't have much else to say. He just has some tears in his eyes.
Yeah. Nalfian.
Give Nalfian a hug at that moment.
He'll hug her back.
Yeah. And Nalfian, you sit there for as long as you want to. There are these moments, almost like the tide coming in and eventually fading away. These waves of emotion, grief and love and fear and joy and passion, felt in waves and felt all together. But with each crashing of the wave, it fades a bit in intensity. You feel so close to these statues and to this earth. As Twig holds you and squeezes you, you can feel two others holding you as well. Even if they might not be there, you can feel them. And that's what's important. With that, Nalfian, was there anything else you wanted to do here?
No.
No. Okay, I'm okay too. If you want to be done now, I'm totally cool. If we want to end this moment now,
I'm not crying for two people who don't exist. It's fine.
I think Lila, if there's a lull, I'm sure she would have prepared ceremony before this. So I think as he's like staying there, she'll just like cast ceremony, and I imagine that like around like Twig and Nalfian, there's like and the graves, probably more so the graves, there's like lilies and roses that kind of start to pop up a little bit, you know, good energy. And Lila will also probably have brought a flower, lay those down and just say thank you for being what Nalfian has needed. And then she'll kind of just like probably put her arm around Twig and Nalfian, but then leave, you know, giving them some space.
And just for, you know, the flavor of it, Lila, considering your power as a cleric, when you cast ceremony and those flowers begin to sprout, the one specifically in this moment would be funeral rite. And there's no corpse to touch, but you can feel that essence of them so strong because of Nalfian's words and the realm here anyway. And Lila, you're very confident that by no means, under no circumstances, would anyone now be able to corrupt the spirit of Nalfian's wife and daughter. They are incorruptible and cannot be turned undead for anyone or anything.
That'd be fucked.
Oh, man, imagine. Lila will carry that information. She won't just drop that bomb
Hey,
on
by the
Nalpin
way.
right now. By the way,
They could have been zombies this whole time, Bucko, so you're welcome.
you're welcome. She will save that for a later date this year and be like, if they, if it comes up in conversation or something, she'll be like, by the way, So you know this information whenever you feel like you want to know it.
Thank you. It is appreciated.
Yeah, you got 2 years to tell it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, after all of that, she'll still give him some space because I imagine he probably is just going to be there for a minute. So
Yeah. And like I said, there were tears. Plenty of them. But I think after a couple long moments, he kind of takes a very deep breath, and it is the kind of sigh when you've just been holding on to something for so long and you can just finally feel like you can fully breathe again. And he'll pull away to look at Twig and just looking at her face with no hood and her hair fully out of her face, just smile at her. Not a goofy Nauf, but just like a genuine smile. And just, you can tell that he's just so proud and just so happy to be here. But he doesn't say anything, he just looks at her. Yeah. That's it. Break away and kind of leave this place to be special.
Okay. Right. All of you leave it behind. And as all of you head back to the keep.
Voice mod
I
on
think
right
you have a
now?
voice on.
Shouldn't be. That's crazy. I was sorry. I was
That was uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm just not panicking, Jesus.
I was
Oh,
messing
why
with some of the
was it
settings on one of the voices. That's really funny. And I forgot to change it. Whoops. So that was a bit of a wake up call. You gotta get that. Palate cleanser.
Keep us on our toes.
Yeah. You all leave the area behind, but remembering where it is. So in case you ever want to pay your respects. I didn't want to use this art during it because I felt like it was a little funky to have like an actual like PC on the art, but I just want to share this with all of you. I was able to make this one, and I like it because it's the same piece, but like Nalfian's there, but not really Nalfian's there. You know, I mean, you know how it goes. But
Oh, wait, that's sad. I don't like this. That's already really fucking sad. That's cool. How did you
Yeah.
do that?
His
His face is skinless, but that's
yeah, you know, it's the shadows. It's the shadows. That's why I didn't use it first, because I didn't want people to be looking at the fucking weird guy.
Nah, it's cute. I do like it though.
Yeah.
I like the vibes it's giving off.
This is when someone's told about this event. This is what they paint.
imagine.
Yeah, this is what they paint.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right. Well, anyway. Moving back to the keep.
This session is just a roller coaster.
Oh, it's like...
So, only one day left before the you're going to leave for the capital of Tarkir, Verdalka, and to a degree, some of you are kind of going on your separate ways. Very soon, Lila, you are meant to present the findings of your dissertation in Hearthcrest, and Yorick called back to Macavia. So you say your goodbyes for now, preparing for the journey ahead of you over the next year and a half, 2 years. But before all of you are able to leave, as all of you are eating breakfast the morning of, there is a message that you receive, Twig, via the sending spell, as you hear,
Twig, it's Eurydice. I didn't just want to pop in. Am I allowed to come to where all of you are at now?
Of course. Please come.
All right. And so with that, there is this torrent of flame. I mean, it is bright white and red that appears in the room. And the person that appears in front of you, it is hard to recognize Eurydice in it. You see a creature more so than a humanoid person. Her skin looks like opalescent glass that is like encasing this torrential fire. You can see these wings of glass that sprawl off of her back and the spear within her hand. You can see that the Hells has, to a degree, infected Eurydice, but she keeps it contained. Although it tries to burn her away, she contains it. She prevents it from corrupting her.
I have to say, I didn't know that this would happen to me, but, well, I suppose when you become tyrant of the 9 Hells, there are bound to be a few road bumps, I guess. I can't stay for long, but I don't know how often I'll be able to return. Even now I feel pulled, compelled back. But I wanted to give you all some gifts and say thank you. Twig, I want to thank you for making sure Nalfian kept his heart open to the world and for helping him see a better path. You, truthfully, have been his guiding light. Nalfian, I want to thank you for helping Twig become the marvelous lady she is and will continue to grow to be. I can see now the two of you are destined to find each other because of how much you need each other. Together, you both have found so much strength and purpose. Lila, you have been like a sister to me, a shoulder to cry on, and a friend even in my darkest times. I hope you and Zevran find happiness in the stars or wherever you choose to go. Your kindness and strength have been a beacon of hope for all of us. And Yorick, thank you for protecting me and the rest of our companions, for being our safekeeper and sending strong in the Hells. Should you wish it, and I know this is a great deal to think of, but I can restore your humanity, and I can remove the tiefling corruption from you. You don't need to tell me now, but whenever you make up your mind, tell me and I can do that for you. I thank all of you for everything you've given me and for all the grace in my missteps. I will cherish our memories and I will try to visit as much as possible, but I fear that may not be likely. So, for some of you, this may be goodbye.
You can see she kind of laughs a little bit after that, just a slight chuckle as she continues.
I would say I hope to see you soon, but that would potentially mean seeing all of you in hell, and
That's not really the vibe, I think.
Thank you, Eurydice. For everything, for every one of us. You were here at the beginning of this journey. And you saw it through. And you made a big sacrifice for all of them. So thank you.
You can see she smiles, and it's like she goes to open her mouth to say something, but it seems as though she doesn't fully have control over this power that has invested itself in her. As that torrent of flame returns, and she's claimed by the Hells, taken back to where she belongs. However, Twig, you do receive one final message as her voice unshattered, uncorrupted by the Hells, says, "Oh, by the way, I will be sending some gifts. You should be getting them shortly. You would not believe the amount of stuff Asmodee has collected over the years. Bit of a hoarder, I think, actually." As small spurts of flame, they leave no mark. They're not like singeing the stone. They're just aesthetic. They start to pop up all over the place. Which are all the things that I told all of you about at the end of last session. The 50,000 gold or 500,000 gold worth of gems from Asmodeus's vault. A collection of arcane devices that can be set up to sustain teleportation between a variety of locations. So 7 total. Belt of Cloud Giant Strength, the Tome of Heroic Mastery, which allows a creature of level 15 or higher, or CR 20 or higher, spend 4 months studying the tome to increase 1 skill by 2 to a maximum of 22, and it can only be used once by any creature. Then it can't be used again by that creature. A quiver of 20 plus 3 bolts, which, in case you were not familiar with magical ammunition, this stacks with the magical bonus on a weapon. So if you have a +2 crossbow, for example, and a +3 bolt, that is a +5 total to hit. It stacks. There is a talisman of pure good with only 1 charge remaining. An ebony figurine of wondrous power in the shape of a winged unicorn. And then finally, an Ascendant Dragon Vessel, which is a magical potion that will can be compelled to refill itself, and there are a variety of stages to them. Most notably, the highest power level of it allows you to transform into an adult dragon of your chosen color and type. And finally, she does not teleport it into the room, because that would be ridiculous, but the door slams open after a couple of minutes as Isabella comes in and says, Lady Forrester, I hate to interrupt in this moment, but there is a ship above the keep floating.
I think that was sent by Eurydice. It's okay.
All right. Good. Well, then it's there whenever you want to get to it. All right. So she'll just kind of shut the doors. Feel a little bad.
Thanks for that girl.
Yeah, she really... It's hard being a steward to adventurers, you know? Because it's just...
True.
Bullshit.
Shit's crazy, yeah. All right. So, you receive your gifts from your friend, and you all know that for a lot of you, that might be the last time that you see Eurydice outside of maybe you, Yorick. With that, it's time now to travel to Verdalka. Now, one question before we do get there, just so that way we don't have to worry about it later on. We don't have to worry about shifting the book now. all of you can choose one skill to increase by 2 to a maximum of 22 right now. That way it's done.
Sick.
Sick nasty.
Oh, you're
Dexterity, baby, crazy. What? You want me to do something else? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I
Hold on,
think
real
you should
quick,
do
and this
strength.
This lets you go above 20, right?
Yep, to a maximum of 22.
Yeah, sick. Just double checking before I did cheaty cheat, you know?
Oh
How do
no,
I make it do
Yeah.
that?
you'll have
Well, you
to
just have to go
go.
into your stats and change
Override.
it, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oops.
Joe, quick question.
Yeah.
You said belt of cloud giant strength, but in the list you wrote fire giant. Which is it?
Oh, it's the lower one, I think.
Fire. Cool.
Which I believe is fire. Yeah. Because Cloud Giant is like 27. It's a little
Yeah.
nutty.
Yeah, when you said that, I was like, I could say nothing. I could just put it in there, and
Yeah, no text back,
you're on
please.
camera saying it. No one could be mad at me.
Oh my God.
But
Posted
fire
the list.
giant strength.
Yeah, I think I posted it in Isles
Listen.
private.
Bias.
Yeah.
Can I have the winged unicorn?
Yeah.
You already have
I'm not-
Twilight.
I know,
You
but
know,
now if I need to...
Nalfian, as you hold the figurine, you can feel that
Love out.
it's connected to a certain Fey creature, the true form of Twilight.
Yes! And now she can fly!
Wait! It's also funny because Twilight Sparkles also becomes an alicorn.
Yes!
Why do you
I
do
need,
this
like-
to yourself, Joe?
An oil painting of Nalfian just shirtless flying on a unicorn.
Oh my god,
His
that's
name
He's
is
got,
amazing.
that, got the Fabio hair. Just like,
Yes!
It was
Yeah.
always My Little Pony.
I hate everything.
Yeah,
Never mind. Rocks
but-
fall, you
So-
all die. It's done. It's over.
But that's okay that I have that,
Friendship is
guys.
magic, though.
I'll take it, don't worry
So-
about it. Yay.
So we're each taking 100k, right? Like we can just
Uh.
divide that up now. I know the gems need to be sold and stuff, but we can.
You
Yeah,
guys can all
yeah,
take
yeah, right.
125k. Zevran, his family's rich.
Yeah.
I mean, so is Lila's, but no, I'm just kidding.
He's also a non-player character.
There you
So,
go. All right, there we go.
I appreciate you thinking of Zevran, though. Take an inspiration, Ryan, for being
thanks,
so
man.
kind-hearted. Yeah.
So we're all taking 125.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, let me add that to my inventory. Then, since we're all
It'll
20
say you're
things,
over encumbered. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Got the-
Well, actually, that's so funny.
Your
Um,
pockets are too fat.
I don't know if Zero is.
Wait, if it's 125k gold, can I just add 125 platinum? Is that math?
It would be 12,500 platinum.
Yeah, you just remove a 0.
Oh god.
It's yeah, it's still a lot, no matter how much you cut it.
Wait, actually, that might be. What is it in platinum?
12,500.
500. Okay, that's probably.
I just added it in gold.
How do
'cause
I
it's
add
what
the
I'm looking
figurine
at.
in the
So
Oh.
y'all, just because Lila's planning on going to the Astral Sea with Zevran and they're gonna be married and they need to have like a house and all that, maybe the Spelljammer can be hers after we're done using it in war.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
I think it's yours now, personally.
I mean,
That's
I'm about to
cool,
neck
Lila.
You
the
know?
fuck out of that think yacht for a Spelljammer. Just saying. Just saying.
No, I think that's totally fair.
Girly pop the shit out of that.
It's like we can tie cans to the back of it and say just married.
Hell yeah.
That's so cute. I love that. I love that so much.
Also, Duke
like-
is totally right. It's like you're carrying around 125,000 pennies.
Jingle jingle. My pockets don't jingle jangle, they fold. They don't. They jingle
What?
jangle.
All right.
You know, like it's like. Okay, I'll stop talking.
I got what you were going for. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I got where you're going. I was just
Well,
thinking about the analogy for it. Your
There's
pockets
because
folded
isn't
up.
there also a song in Fallout that's
Oh.
like I'm jingle jangle?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah. And now for something completely different.
Gemma, I assume you want the quiver of bolt.
Oh, really? I was thinking Nalfian had that. No.
Yeah, well, remember,
Good
Nalfian's
joke.
ass broke his bow, so he doesn't have that.
I know, that's
I
why
got a
it was
fucking
funny,
rifle,
Joe.
He's
baby.
got a gun now.
Yeah, I got a gun.
That's really cool. A character that uses a gun to fight, and it's just inspired, in my opinion.
Oh, lame.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hmm.
Name 3 more.
If only you still had Tanir, you know?
Yeah, fucking. Right? Why do you
What's
hate
he
me?
doing? What's he doing in downtime?
Why do you hate me?
Tanir is Danny's
don't.
friend now.
Oh,
Yeah, I gave him to Danny to take care of.
He's like a
So
garden
utilize
snake.
him as a character device better than Alfie ever would.
It was a Drake Warden joke, Kayla. It wasn't directed at you.
Oh, well, save it for the next campaign, you turd. Anyway.
Anyways.
Be sure to tune in February.
Well, why'd you delay it?
Yeah, true. It was January before. Crazy. Anyways.
Be sure to tune in
That's
in
what this-
March.
Everyone stop.
All right. Okay. So, with that, finally, we will make our way towards Verdalka, the capital of Tarkir and home to the Lionheart throne and Queen Elizabeth Omen. The journey begins. Yorick, you follow along up until Traverse, the city where the tourney of the Green Lady took place, and then you split off, heading eastward towards House Nasine and Macavia, while Nalfian and Twig, as well as a retinue of lords and ladies that have sworn to you, as well as a retinue of soldiers that have sworn to you ever since the night tourney itself, a small collective. So Elias, Isabel, obviously the two of you, Merrick and Osric, I believe their names were the two individuals that swore to you at the Knight's tourney, as well as a few other of the house to kind of show up with you to court to show that you've got some sway. You've built back up your corner of the world. Yes, that is a very fluffy sheep. Thank you, Gemma.
It was actually me who did that.
That was why did it say?
Followed.
Why did? Oh, okay. I only saw Gemma. Whoops. So you continue on this road, heading towards Tarkir. No, Verdalka. There we go. So with that, we're going to take a quick break right there, just because we've had a few big heavy moments already. So I want to take a break right there, and then when we come back in, let's say 10 minutes, so that'll be at, well, let's do 11, so that'll be 45, your time, your hour 45. Thanks for watching so far, everybody, and we will be right back.
To finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is one town, one place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this. Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay. I'd hope you'd get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage!
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where. Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't. If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5, Blighted Warden.
In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden moves unseen. A spectral guardian at the crossroads of life and death, melding the Gloomstalker's mastery of darkness with the Circle of Spore's eerie command over fungal life. They are the embodiment of nature's unchecked, wild ferocity. With each arrow knocked from their twisted, spore-infested bow, they strike with the precision of night and the inevitable spread of decay. A silent protector of the natural order's darker, untamed side.
So there we go. There's our thematic intro.
I have to finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard.
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is 1 town, 1 place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay. I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage!
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where. Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't. If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5 Blighted Warden.
In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden moves unseen. A spectral guardian at the crossroads of life and death, melding the Gloomstalker's mastery of darkness with the Circle of Spore's eerie command over fungal life. They are the embodiment of nature's unchecked, wild ferocity. With each arrow knocked from their twisted, spore-infested bow, they strike with the precision of night and the inevitable spread of decay. A silent protector of the natural order's darker, untamed side.
So there we go. There's our thematic intro.
I have to finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is 1 town, 1 place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my...
We are back. And we're going to pick up right where we left off. Heading to the capital city of Tarkir. Urdalka. Now, as Nalfian, Twig, the two of you enter the capital city. I mean, you are absolutely overwhelmed by the size of this place. Nalfian, at one point in time through your journeys, you may have ended up here, but coming through in this way, I mean, you realize just how massive this city is. Home to about 1/4 of the population of Tarkir. Not that it matters, but I do want to tell you what that number is, just so you can get an understanding of the size. So that is about 3 million people that live in this city. Tarkir has a total population of about 12 million. So 3 million people live in this city, sprawling. I mean, out into the waters, you can see the port itself has hundreds of ships sailing in and out, with the keep of Tarkir sitting atop a hill, surrounded by these spires and walls. You are a foreign lady in this land, and they make way for you. the guards clear the streets so your caravan can safely make its way through the lower slums of the city up to the sort of middle business district, to the higher class aristocrats area, and eventually passing through the keep's walls, heading in to the keep, the Great Keep, where the Lionheart throne and Queen Elizabeth Omen awaits. The sound of the city fades behind you as the gate closes, sealing the city from entrance. As you were driving through the city, Twig, in the caravan that all of you were in the carts and carriages, you could hear whispers in the streets. The lady of House Forrester, her daughter, no, the one who lived, not the Grace who died. Whispers of your mother's hand in that, comparing the magic of House Forrester to that of witchcraft, claiming that the hags of Hazron's Hollow had a hand in the death of the Queen's daughter. At least that's what the common people whisper. What Queen Elizabeth Omen herself thinks, well, we'll soon find out. So, you make your way out of the carriage, and you can see guards wearing this resplendent silver trimmed with gold and fabrics of blue and bright yellow with ribbons and feathery crowns on the helms, wielding magical weapons and armor. These are some of the most well-armed and well-armored guards you have ever seen. They move with precision, each one of them almost like robotic in a way, but you can tell they're living, breathing humanoids, I guess I should say. But you can see they make a path, and one individual in particular approaches. An older halfling man. You can see he has these like scruffy sort of sideburns and a thicker, short-cropped head of white hair atop his head. You can see scars on his face, wearing the same plate mail as he approaches the two of you. And he says,
"Greetings and welcome to Vadalka, Lady Forrester, and your retinue. It is a great honor to be in the presence of the Knight of the Green Lady, and of course, as I said, the Lady of House Forrester. I am Sir Adam of House Omen. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to our home. But if you will follow me and my knights, we will take you in to the Lionheart throne for your meeting with Queen Omen."
All right. Thank you.
Very good. Follow me.
And you can see he will turn on a dime and begin to march. You can see the guards, all of the royal guard, they sort of, as they bring together their form to go into their walking formation, it is like this instantaneous drum beat of all of them shifting and moving as they begin to walk in this rhythmic pace in unison, leading all of you in to the keep, and eventually the royal court itself. So we enter the Lionheart throne. You can see the marble pillars, the black and gold drapery, as well as the banners of House Omen, the banners of Tarkir, hang from the ceiling. Most importantly, though, not depicted in the art here, you can see that behind the throne, sort of carved into it to a degree, is this massive lion that is standing on top its hind legs in a roaring position, sort of guarding over the throne itself. And you can see that off to the side, there is the court of Queen Elizabeth Omen. So many people, hundreds of nobles that sit to the side and wait. And also, you can see the individuals coming with you stand to the side as well. But the captain of the guard, Sir Adam Omen, he does approach the queen and stands near her. So Nalfian, you feel pretty confident with staying next to Twig, that you wouldn't be breaking any decorum here. But as all of you, or as the two of you approach, you get a very clear look at Queen Elizabeth Omen. A woman who looks rather young, all things considered. Long, luscious blonde hair sort of cascades like a golden waterfall down her shoulders. You can see these brilliant blue, shimmering eyes, and she wears not a dress or a gown, but she wears a tabard and pants and boots that looks like armor could go on top of it. As Queen Elizabeth Omen is and always has been a warrior, so to speak. While she was never knighted due to her station, it was always something that she pursued great interest in. And this art depicts her in her armor. But you can see the guards, the royal guards, wear something very similar. Very bright, very colorful, clean, pristine. So, Lady Twig Forrester and Sir Nalfian Forrester, the two of you approach. Now, from the books both of you have read, you do know that it is appropriate to bow before the Queen of Tarkir. So I'm assuming both of you do so.
Absolutely.
Okay. You can see she sits very proper. She's not like the Jarls in Skyrim where she's like sprawled back. Although she's wearing something that is less formal, so to speak, it's still very nice. And she still sits with good posture. And as you bow, she nods and she speaks.
It is a great pleasure to have the Lady of House Forrester and the Knight of the Green Lady within our presence. It has been many years since the throne of Tarkir and House Omen have had dealings with House Forrester.
You can see she looks at you, Twig. And this is a woman who has spent her entire life entrenched in politics. You can see now that sort of oldness in her eyes. But you can see a sort of sadness near the edges, looking at you.
You come before the Lionheart throne. What is it you wished to discuss?
I think Twig will like kind of bow again, just like make sure that everything's in order. She's not causing any offense. Because I imagine when Elizabeth like looked at her, she'd be able to tell that there is definitely like a glint, just fear in Twig's eyes. And then she'll just, once she's finished bowing that second time, she'll say,
First of all, Your Grace, I wish to thank you for welcoming me and my retinue to your throne and for allowing me this audience with you. I understand that you knew my mother well, and that if it's not too forward to say that the two of you were close.
You can see there's a small smile when you say that, but it quickly fades.
And so I wish to come before you to hopefully bring the two houses back together. At least back into some kind of unity. I understand that with the Foresters being gone and everything that had happened to the land, that there's been room for rumors, for suspicion to grow. And so I wish to put all of that to rest and to ensure that there's only the best of intent from the Foresters towards House Omen, towards Tarkir. And that perhaps better relations can follow.
And she'll end again with another bow.
You can see she does smirk at the third bow and says,
Lady Forrester, please. There is no way that you, of all individuals, could offend me here. Your mother's spirit is very clear on you.
And you see she sort of longingly looks down past the throne, past you, and looks back up and says,
There was a time, many, many months ago, where I think if you would have come and said the same thing, I would not have believed you. I would have been riddled with doubt and suspicion, but when House Forrester returned, reclaimed the land and cleansed it of that corruption, I felt something lift in me as well. It is no mystery to me that the world is shrouded in shadow, and that these Forsaken attempt to destroy it. My reports say one thing of what had been seen and what had been done. Lady Forrester, tell me truthfully now, was one of those Forsaken slain in that place, and do you believe they were responsible for that corruption?
They were, and I do. I believe that the hags that were previously blamed were only, I suppose, puppets for that Forsaken. A cover-up, I suppose.
she kind of looks at you and just studies you for a moment and will nod.
I know this may sound very strange, but you have her eyes. Not your mother. I understand that you choose to not use that name anymore. But your mother and I, we wanted our daughters to be bonded the same way that we were. Maybe by trying to force fate, we invited disaster. But what matters most is that I lost a very dear friend to me. some 16 years ago. And you lost a mother. I would not seek to damage those lives or those relationships any further. I see my daughter in you, and I see your mother in you as well. You are honest, you are strong, and I can tell that you are kind. Just like her. You seek to reform a bond between that of Tarkir and House Forrester, yes?
Yes.
You can see she kind of looks around to the court, and she'll stand and say, "For many years it has been whispered in this city and all throughout the nation of Tarkir, that House Forrester, that my friend, Lady Elizabeth Forrester, God's rest her soul now, participated in dark magic, bargaining with hags to bring about the death of my daughter. Spoken plain as day. Spoken by a woman truthful in her intentions and who puts true meaning behind her words, not just baseless claims, like some of this court. This is a true lady before us. And I trust her words and her intentions. From this day until the end of Tarkir as a nation, Tarkir and House Forrester shall be bonded. If there is anything that House Kjaldason or the nation of Iverion will not provide for you, we will be there for you. Whether it be sword, whether it be stone, no matter what it is, you will always have a friend and family within House Omen and in Tarkir. And she'll walk down the steps as her steps echo throughout the massive throne room. And she will approach you, Twig, and she just looks at you for a while, and you can see there is a lot of repressed emotions within her. A lot of things that she'll need to sort through kind of being confronted by this, but she will look down to you and say, "So, Lady Forster, if that sounds like an amicable deal to you, then we shall be bonded, as me and your mother once were."
Yes, that would be... I thank you, Your Grace.
And this is like more so just to her rather than for like the whole court to hear.
Of course, yeah.
And well, I never really got to know my mother. So if it's not too much to ask, I'd also love to get to know her through you. And well, I guess I could only have wished to know your daughter, too.
She nods and says, "There are stories that I could tell you of your mother that I don't even think I believe still, but they are true. We will have much time for merrymaking. And perhaps it is time to finally lay Grace to rest. She has deserved that." And as she looks to you, Twig, very strangely, for a woman of her station and power, Queen Elizabeth Omen, probably the most powerful person in the world, leans in and hugs you. And as she does, she says two things. The first thing is, whenever you need them, the silent shields are yours to request. And I want you to know that I never blamed your mother, truthfully. I knew she would never do something like that.
I think she'd be able to feel that a sigh of relief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. With that, she'll pull back from the hug and we'll look to the court as most of them sort of nod in agreement or just stare in disbelief at the exchange after gossiping and maybe trying to get something out of a different outcome. But sadly for them, it was the most peaceful outcome it could have been. As Twig, over the course of the next few weeks to a month, you and Nalfian stay within Verdalka. And there is a great deal of preparation and politicking that happens. As I'm certain that at this point you would share with Queen Elizabeth and her council, as well as the Silent Shields, any information you have related to everything.
Yeah, long converse, man.
Yeah.
People also gas up Blossom. I know she's not with the Silent Shields anymore, but you know, like...
Yeah. No, Queen Elizabeth Omen, she always liked Blossom. And May, the Bridge, the leader of the Silent Shields, also thought highly of Blossom, but made even better by your the words you speak on her behalf. So, Twig, you spend the next month there, Nalfian, as well, and so does your the retinue that followed you there. But there's a few things that happen during that month. All the politicking happens, all the treaties are signed, all of the pacts of non-aggression and trade deals to make sure that Talamir is getting all of the supplies it needs at an extreme discount, in order to make sure that they can rebuild as strong and as quickly as possible. And
Tarkir is also sending out resources and soldiers to various places in the world that all of you deem could be under more danger. As there's like this now like unification in the world to prepare for what's ever going to happen in 2 years when this like stasis on the world ends. But that transpires. And unless there's anything else specific that Nalfian or Twig you wanted to accomplish within Verdalka and with Queen Elizabeth Omen, we're going to go ahead and jump to someone else.
I think just as a very quick thing, towards the end, in a less like formal conversation with Queen Omen, Twig will just say,
I understand that things are probably more difficult when you're the queen as opposed to just a lady, but I think you should visit Ptolemy sometime. Especially now that I'm sure I'll be able to thank you for a lot of its rebuilding.
When you and Sir Nalfian return, I will return with you. We will travel back together, and I will see what has become of the lands of House Forrester.
It's not perfect yet, but well, it's also connected to my mother as well.
It is long overdue that I pay my respects as well.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation, my lady. Okay.
Yeah, that was all.
All right. Sounds good to me. Oh,
Because he's starting to write his book. This doesn't need to be roleplay. Don't think it would just be like, when not needed by Twig, just like interviewing the knights, asking them questions, asking for advice, collecting stories, and etc. That's it.
Yeah.
He's just taking notes.
I will say, real quick, let me double check one thing. One thing of note that you do get, I need to find that. Whoa. I need to find this here. Where's it at? Dang, I gotta find it here. I will give one of the knights that won the tourney, the one who was rewarded or who earned the whist posthumously, one of his great granddaughter is on the Queen's Guard. And has
get her information.
Yeah, has personal accounts, but I cannot find too many things on Legend Keeper.
That's okay. You can give it to me later. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make note that he's being actively doing that.
Yes. Okay.
But that's it.
All right. Nice. So, with that, we are going to jump to the opposite side of the southern half of Eridane as we move to Macafia. As Yorick, you make the long journey back to House Nassim. Now, as you do... I don't have that. That's okay. It feels good to be back home. It takes a fair bit of time to get there, as the trek is rather treacherous, as it is, within the mountain, carved away, hidden, but safe. So you end up arriving on the 23rd 22nd of leaf fall. So the 22nd of September. And as you return, you are greeted by the witness himself, Toljan Nassim, Dark Elf man. As you enter through the gates, many of the guards celebrate your return, celebrating the return of the High Hunter back from his conquest, back from his hunt. Toljan approaches, hearing of your return, and will greet you with a hug immediately and say,
Yorick, it is so good to have you back home. So, please, regale me in the tale. What happened? What did you accomplish? Where'd you go? What did you do?
Oh, man. It's a long one, but yeah, let's go sit down. I'll fill you in on everything.
Yes. Please, please. In fact, there's a new expansion that we finished that I think you'll enjoy quite a bit.
Oh, really? All right.
It's in honor of the Wild Hunt.
And he will lead you throughout the halls till eventually you arrive at the atrium of the Wild Hunt. This massive, carved out atrium with these large pillars stretching up to the ceiling. There is actually a hole that has been carved in the wall in a more shallow part of the mountain to allow water and sunlight in. And you can see there's somewhat of a temple that has been expanded up top, dedicated to probably the Raven Queen, but it's a little hard to know from here. But you do see 3 statues currently standing in a jade material, and there is this green flame that sort of burns around them and below them as you enter the Wild Hunt atrium.
Ooh. Our game's strong today.
Alrighty. So, you enter into the atrium, and there is a set of benches that the two of you sit down on, looking at the Wild Hunt as you regale him with the tale.
Yeah, and I mean, he obviously would talk about the party. He won't tell him about any of the party's personal stuff that it's not his place to share. But otherwise, he'll tell him everything.
Okay.
Well, that is quite the journey, but I never doubted it for a second that you would go on, well, such a whirlwind of an adventure, of a hunt.
You could have warned me about the Astral Sea part. I was really not prepared for that one.
In all honesty, if I would have known about the Astral Sea, I maybe would have... Well, I would have told you in advance. And the coin.
Quick question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Earlier when he said that we built this new area, it's dedicated to the Wild Hunt, was there any sort of hint of sadness since York kind of knows about the death of the divinity and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I had a feeling. I just wanted to check.
Yeah. You can tell that it seems like the sadness was a lack of communication, where he knows something is wrong, but his connection, he's not the High Hunter. His connection isn't nearly as strong as yours is.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what was he going to say?
And the coin. Did it serve its purpose?
Well, it did, but we're not done yet.
I know.
And he'll pull out from his robes a letter with the seal of the Lotus, Crimson Lily on it. Hands it to you. You crack it open. The letter's very brief, but it says it's addressed to you, Yorick Nassim, High Hunter of House Nassim. It instructs you to go to Port Sahala on the first of the thawing, and walk into the water on the western coast of the city. And it says all members are called to attend.
I'm assuming this is literal and not a riddle of some kind.
As far as I know, it is literal. You see, we have, in my lifetime, there's never been a calling. Whoever called that meeting must have been quite important.
Yeah.
His eyes
That's
narrow.
the word we'll use.
Yorick, did you call the meeting?
Well, I called Elon Ray, and I asked him to call the meeting. So, I mean, yes, but no. But in the way you're asking, yeah, I kind of did.
I always had my suspicions about Elon Ray. Not bad, mind you. I just assumed maybe being a professor at the college was to have a low profile. I think maybe he has a bit more sway.
Oh, you didn't know?
What?
You didn't know he was a...
No. I knew that he was a member.
Oh, okay. I was like, isn't that why you sent me to him?
No. I knew he was a member. I think that he chose to lay low at the college, but I think that he truly has more power than what he leads on, especially to, at your request, call everyone.
Well,
at least everyone he
a good
knows,
guy.
I suppose.
How have things been here since I've been gone?
Good. We grow, we continue to expand. The meetings with the councils of Macavia went very well. We're recognized as our own house, as our own nation. We can choose to be separate, or we can not assimilate, but we can join them in a sort of a democratic state. We can have our voice be heard, and Azkaraz. I wanted to bring it up with some of the other elders to see if they are interested. But if not, we are free to stand alone, to continue life as we have for many, many, many years. If you were witness, what would you do?
I don't know. Lots changed since I last saw you. I used to think that we either needed to stay alone for survival or we needed to take over. I thought that was the only way to fix everything. No. You know how often I get proven wrong.
But you have wisdom.
I think whatever we do, we can't do it alone anymore. I think it helps us in the now. I think it's comfortable and it's safe. But nothing's changing.
Even the story of Yorick, High Hunter of House Nasine, even he needed others with him to emerge victorious. You make a very good point. And it makes a very good story. So, can't argue with that logic, can we?
No. No, you can't.
Other than that, it has been good, but quiet. Many look to me to ask to know what the desires of the Wild Hunt are. They are supposed to speak to me. Second only to what they speak to you. But not only have they grown quiet, so has the mother of ravens. We fear We fear the worst, but we do not know.
Yorick would reach into his bag and he'd pull out the little box that has the 3 bone carvings of the Wild Hunt. And I know that last time he looked at it, he could kind of like barely feel like a trace of the magic that was still in these objects. Is that still true, or does he not feel anything anymore as he holds it?
Sadly, you don't feel anything. No.
I think they always could see a lot more than they told us. I don't think they hid it to be manipulative or secretive, but I think they wanted us to figure it out. Not follow what they wanted us to do blindly. I think they knew that something like this was going to happen. That one day, the teachings of House Nasine of the Wild Hunt, it wasn't going to be up to them, a witness, a high hunter. It's going to be up to all of us. If we listened, if we learned, if we pass it on or forget. The journey is the path.
I know that I am supposed to be the wise leader of my people, but the journey you've been on has truly enlightened you, Yorick. You make me very proud. Very proud.
When I accepted this position, I didn't take it for the right reasons. I wanted it so badly to prove the world wrong, to prove myself wrong. I just wanted to be something. And I thought this was my opportunity to claim it. And I've done great things. Just not in the way that I thought I would. He kind of looks over to Toljan. It's just part of growing up, isn't it? Looking back at yourself and just having to laugh.
Mm-hmm. I think that even to a degree, the Wild Hunt themselves did that. They were the first 3 members of House Nasine, you know. In fact, their crypts are below our feet right now. That's why we made this here. To honor them.
Looking down to the box. You should be reunited with them.
We can go down together. You know, I even think that the Wild Hunt themselves would look back on decisions they made when they were alive and even in their forms we see here. And I think there would be things they would laugh at too. None of us are free of it.
No.
We all have to learn to laugh at our old actions or suffer under their weight. And I know what I'd rather do.
Would you lead the way?
I will.
And he'll stand up and walk between the statues. You can see he bows his head in reverence. And as he crosses the atrium, there is a solid stone wall that it seems as though he's walking towards. And you can see as he places his hand, these dark green runes begin to glow and shift as the stone wall sort of breaks apart. And a staircase is revealed. And he sort of looks back to you and says,
We can't just allow anyone to go to their crypts.
Fair.
And...
You gonna teach me how to do that, or is that just a you thing as they walk in?
Well, let's see how this goes first.
All right.
And the two of you will head down. And you can see it's not grand, it's not ostentatious, it is humble. The same that everyone else in House Nasine receives. They were normal people who accomplished great deeds. They emboldened and represented the tenets of House Nasine. But regardless of their power and position, just as the last tenant said, their actions, merit, and heart is what led them to gain that power and to have as much respect as they did. You can see each one of them, 3 tombs, stone sarcophaguses with their plates, their nameplates on top of them. Each one of the 3 of the Wild Hunt. You can see Akar, Marmaneth, and Taval. All 3 of them. All of House Nasine.
Or just kind of stands there for a minute, kind of looking at them. I think we're gonna be okay.
I'll kind of clap you on your shoulder. Same as you do to all your companions.
Yorick will approach, and opening the box, he will take out each little statue and rest it with its corresponding spot. I don't know what your plans were with me. I wish I could have asked, but I don't think you'd tell me even if you could. You deserve better words than this after everything you've done, but from one of the lives that you affected, thank you. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for teaching. Thank you for being patient enough to hold our hands as we stumbled and fell. There were probably times where we disappointed you, but you always made me want to be better, at least. And I have. I know I'm not done. There's still so much to do, so much to see. Even when all of this is over, it's not over, it's just a new beginning. I still don't know what that looks like, or if I'm scared or excited for it. But whatever it is, We'll be ready for it. Thank you. Enjoy your rest. I know we'll meet again someday. And Yorick will just kind of bow and just hold it in reverence.
Yorick, as you do, setting the statues there and then letting your words fall on the empty room, almost like a death rattle, you hear this last hissing of life, not caused by you, but a release that is felt due to your words. Relief and peace they find. As you feel their embrace, their connection to you one final time, Yorick. And they bestow a gift for your service and actions. As from this point on, for the rest of Yorick's life, all death saving throws are made with advantage.
Sweet.
And what I will say is, in that final moment, with that whisper, that incoherent voice that imbues that power within you, you feel an opportunity. That energy exists in the world now. And should you wish it, you could fill that gap within you. A decision doesn't need to be made now. Given your connection to them, you just call upon it, and it invests itself into you, should you wish.
Yorick has much to think about, as he always does.
Never a shortage for that guy.
Probably do it over some soup or something later.
Okay. But with that, you and Toljan leave the room behind, and as you're exiting, he places his hand on the wall. The door shuts behind both of you. He'll look to you and say, as you're beginning to walk out of the atrium, and he'll say,
"So, what is next for our High Hunter?"
Thought it obvious. My mom's gonna kill me if I don't go see her next.
Yes, very good. Double time, post haste. Get there before it's too late.
On it. And he's not gonna like run or anything, but he will, speed walk home.
Yeah. Walking throughout the carved, cavernous halls and roads and pathways. I mean, it's not a simple place. It is a city inside a mountain. Just instead of roads and streets, they're just caves. They're halls that you follow. And you follow them like the back of your hand as you remember exactly where your home is. And Yorick, the reunion is, well, as any mother would, immediately. How dare you leave for so long? How dare you not give me enough updates? Oh, but I'm just so happy you're home. And it finally ends in a tight hug from your mother and all your sisters. And the night comes to a conclusion with, well, the reason why you can cook so well and you love it so much. The meal that is prepared by your mom. And oh my gods, it just tastes like home.
She's so much better than I am. I don't know how she does it. Cannot get that right.
It's love. That's all it is. That's the secret ingredient.
Yep. I just cannot be figured out.
All right. So with that, Yorick, your night comes to a conclusion. You finish eating. and we will come back to you later.
Woohoo!
But for right now, we need to go back to Oak Cairn,
The future.
Keep. As we are going to advance a little bit in time, as Lila, you over the past few weeks have been reviewing your dissertation. As it's something that you were supposed to go and defend, but after everything that has transpired, you feel, well, a little bit of frustration. As you're sort of looking over the dissertation in the grand hall, you can see Zevran comes in with a tray of lunch, and he kind of sets it down next to you and says, "So, we're going tomorrow. Do you think you're ready? Or are you still feeling the same way?"
And she's also shifted back into that summer colors, especially while working on this. I feel the same way. It's like there's two sides of me fighting each other right now. There's like the one side that's like, oh my gosh, just finish it, you're so close, and then you get your degree, and then there's the other side that's like, it doesn't matter. And it wouldn't matter. It doesn't. And it doesn't, if I were to present all this, it's just me giving in to the process, right? And giving almost like power to all these headmasters that really should have been helping us more, doing their part. I know Hearthcrest stepped up and done a lot, but there's still plenty of them that probably don't even believe us. And I mean, hell, just think of everything we had to sacrifice on our own. So I need them to listen to me, and I feel like just turning in my dissertation and being a good little student, I just don't know if I want that anymore.
Well, screw 'em. You are the most powerful cleric spellcaster I know, probably better than most of those headmasters. And if your time is spent better focusing on the task at hand and making sure the world doesn't end versus tying together the final few pieces of a dissertation, then yeah, don't finish it. Tell them that you're not going to, and that they kind of suck, because they do.
They do, and
They do. I mean, there was a Forsaken right under their nose for, what, 40, 50 years?
I
Didn't
know. Yeah. It's fine. I don't... And you see, as she, like, takes her hands off, her hands kind of shake. She's like, I don't need my masters. I don't. Because, like, what if there's not a world to return to anyway? And
Very
I'm
true.
sitting here... And then, when we win, because we have to, there's a world we gotta rebuild. And what's my masters gonna do for that?
And also, we'll both be in the Astral Sea, so...
Exactly. I just... She's gonna, like, push it. It's still a lot of good information, so I'll give it to him, but it's just, you know, I'm not gonna finish it.
For a moment, when you were shaking, I was afraid you were going to throw it into the fire, and I'm very glad that you didn't do that.
Oh my god. No. That's a lot of time and writing.
Yes.
No, sir.
Well then, I think
Even though it's her magic pen that writes for her as she thinks, but it's fine.
it's hard. You know, sometimes even voice to text is too much.
It can be. You have to go back.
So, with that, you focus on lunch and you push the dissertation away, and it is no longer your concern. The day passes, and the next morning, the two of you, using a teleportation circle, arrive. The College of Hearthcrest.
Hi, Hearthcrest.
Back again.
Guess who's back? Back again.
So, with that, Lila, you enter and you can see there are a few students operating the teleportation desk as well as one professor. The professor approaches and says, yes, Lila, Tatiana, we were just expecting you. The defense of your dissertation is down that hall and to the right. There are 4 headmasters in attendance. Let's see here. Your father, Bolorolos, as well as 2 others that, if you give me a second, I'll tell you who they are, because I forgot. I remembered those 2, but...
That's so funny.
Got everything. Okay, sorry. I could have probably vamped there for a second, but it would have been really obvious, because I don't even know where it is in Legend Keeper. Whoopsie poopsie. Here we go. There you go. Yes, it is. Yes, found my list here. I was right. Professor Headmaster Tatiana, as well as Bolorolos, Almaneth, and Etcher. So Almaneth was the Githzerai woman, and Etcher was the Warforged.
Okay. Cool.
So Almaneth is the professor, the headmaster of Dunamancy, and Etcher is of illusion. Obviously, your father is evocation, and Bolorolos is necromancy.
Yeah. All right. She will just kind of like hold her mess of papers. He might look at it and be like, "That's not a good look."
Yeah, the professor. You had him in like 5th grade for potions and polymorphing or something like that.
Potions and polymorphing, you know, the basics.
Yeah. Classic. So yeah, you make your way down the hall, your mess of papers, Zevran right next to you. And you enter into the room. And you can see a larger room, not nearly as large as the arena that you and the party had spoke to the College of Hearthcrest and all of the headmasters, but still, it's like the size of a courtroom, pretty much. Yeah. And you can see the 4 headmasters elevated by 4 or 5 feet. You can see your father, Jamie, Tatiana, all smiles. So proud to see you, and then sees the mess of papers, and the smile kind of was
proud to see you.
Yeah, it
less proud.
It wavers for a second, where he yes, hello.
He's like, what's happening?
What's going
Dad,
on?
I died like 5 days ago. Okay.
Bolorolos, he is a Loxodon, so it's a little hard to read his facial expressions, but he's been working closely with the companions on the other side of the world, reinforcing Maester, so he likes you. Etcher is a Warforged, so no facial expressions there, and Almaneth is a Githzerai. She always looks angry, so that's what you're walking into.
Okay. Is there also undergrads at all there? I don't know if sometimes.
Yeah, there are a few here that are very excited, as actually one of them that are here is Belle.
Oops. All right. Time to let people down. Okay. All right. She'll go to the front, let Zevran take his seat, and she will, I assume there's a little desk and a board that she can magically kind of
Yeah, using minor illusion, even if you don't have it, there's a little clicker that allows you to cast minor illusion.
The minor illusion clicker.
Yeah.
Okay, Lila will set down her papers, grab the clicker, and then look up to them all and say, "Yeah, I didn't finish it. There's bigger things than this dissertation that we all should be worried about." And she's also gonna put the clicker down too. I thought about showing you pictures, but I can't. I'm just gonna tell you guys I have stuff. I have great stuff. It's all about originally what I was writing about was of the history that is written in our stars. Upon uncovering that history, I found, as we all now know, the darkness, the Dark One, and things started just coming to the surface. And there's a lot of the Dark One in our history, and I put a lot of that in this pile. But there's a much bigger thing than just this silly degree. And she's gonna look to Bolarolos. I know all of you are very powerful, and I know some of you even have the capability of certain necromancy, including resurrection magic. Have any of you felt different these past few... Has it been months since that happened, Joe? I think it's months, right? No? Just like a few
Month,
days.
singular.
Oh, month.
About
This
3
past-
weeks.
Okay. There we go. She'll say. Over the past month, who has noticed a difference?
I have indeed noticed a difference. I shared it all with you as well, the shifting divinity of this world. She brings up a very good point. I told all of you that I would lose that magic. I felt it the moment it happened. You bring up very valid points, Lila, Tatiana. Please continue with your dissertation defense. Destruction defense.
Yeah, destruction, maybe. Sure. This is something I need your guys' help bringing to the rest of the college's attention, and then the world's. Nabir Tarman, the First Light. You all have been hunting Emerald, right? This dark Emerald. He is Nabir Tarman. He was the First Light, and he was helping the darkness, or was a piece of the darkness, created light and dark. We're still not fully sure. But we had to face him, and finding out that he was the creator of everything and also the destroyer now, we had to make a choice, and we couldn't let him keep bringing back the Forsaken and just shredding existence and letting this non-stop darkness creep into everything. He saw us as so disgusting that he wanted to eradicate the thing that he had made. And in his hubris, he wanted to leave behind absolutely nothing except for his simulacrum, who's also known as Emerald, who's somewhere still running around. I mean, not running around, he's doing something. And he is gone. Nabir Tarman, the creator, that Emerald, we removed him from existence somehow. And now here we are. We are left with, it seems like, a lack of divinity. There are no gods left as well. The darkness took them all. I don't exactly know the details. I tried to put everything down in here as much as I could. I don't know what changed, or if it just got so bad that all the gods had to give of themselves to try and protect us before Emerald could completely destroy everything. I'm not sure, but the gods are gone, and so is the creator, and now we have what we're all noticing is a lack of divinity. And now all we have left is to stop this darkness. But I don't know how. I don't know exactly. We have a few theories. I wrote about them here, but I think me and the Forerunners, we need help. We have sacrificed so much already. I have died. Twig has died. Zevran has died. I've seen the Wardens of Afera die. We have to band together now because there's not a lot of time left. And there's no bringing people back ever again now. You all feel it. So, yeah, we could go through all my research and all the nitty-gritty details, sure. But that's really not what matters, and frankly, I don't care. What I need from you three and my father is to get this college to back behind me. Eradicate anyone who's gonna just stand in our way or waste our goddamn time. Because we don't have it. The college, this is some of the greatest minds in the world. If we could scour the vast archives of our knowledge, we could figure out how to help restore, maybe not even just divinity, but just the restructure of what is being taken from us every day and dissolving. Reality, existence, time, space. I know that's what the gods are supposed to do, but we don't have them. So we have to be the gods now. We have to figure it out and put this shit back together, okay?
You can see Almaneth, the Githzerai woman, always this perpetual scowl on her face. As you finish, she speaks and says, I must admit, I have a great deal of disdain for throwing away order in favor of chaotic attributes and plans, as that is exactly what we're fighting against, chaos enveloping all. But I must admit that you make a convincing argument. I have felt it as well, within the past few weeks, month almost. Time is more unstable. Like a pot about to boil, something is about to burst or break, shatter, if it hasn't already. So I agree. Something must be done immediately.
I too can feel it, your father speaks up. Evocation is all about pulling energy from different planes. Whether that be a firebolt, pulling energy from the elemental plane of fire, or something that pulls from a positive energy plane. Some healing magic is like that, and other forms of damaging spells. My point is magic coming from the positive planes, from Mount Celestia, from those divine places, is weaker. Not necessarily in its power, but in its appearance. The light isn't nearly as brilliant, and the healing magic leaves a pain still. It doesn't fully go away. While I too would wish that this student would finish their dissertation. And I can admit that I'm biased in that, as this student is my daughter, but the dissertation doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is that we save this world, so I can still have a daughter in a year or two's time. I say she has my support for the college to do everything and anything we can to ensure that all dark friends, Forsaken, Shadowspawn, anything and everything is hunted down and destroyed.
And he smiles to you, and you can tell that he's very proud. And there's more he wants to say, but he still does have to have that decorum as a headmaster would in this moment. And finally, Bularolos is obviously ready to go. He was ready to go when you walked in.
It's like I started, okay? Like I'm doing my part.
The Warforged Etcher will speak and say,
I am in agreement as well. She makes a very valid point.
That's it. To the point.
Love that for him.
Yep. And with that, Bularolos speaks then.
Very good. We have come to a unanimous decision. I must admit I am surprised, not by you, Headmaster Tatiana. I do think that having you on this board for your daughter's own examination and defense of her dissertation could be nepotism to a degree, but considering she rejects her dissertation, I suppose now I find no problem with such behaviors. And for you, Almanis, I'm very surprised that you would be so willing to bend. The last student to do something similar was barred from the college for life. Consider yourself lucky, Miss Tatiana. So, it is so then. Very well. You will have the support you desire, not just to yourself, but to the Forerunners as well. I myself have been spending much time in Maester getting to know the Order of the All-Seeing and their books very well. You see, they have stored knowledge for many, many, many years, some tomes even older than our own. This information I have kept to myself, waiting for an opportune moment to arrive. Something I think may be of use to you and potentially to your companions. In the sands of Calderas, between that of the nation of Odero and Cartasia, in between the paths that the beetles carve in those desert sands, in the light of a full moon once a year, a mysterious caravan emerges. It is strange, alien-like creatures that bear knowledge of not just this realm, but many others. A multiversal library, it seems to be. The only danger is there has only ever been one person to emerge. Many have entered, but have been too intoxicated by the knowledge within those moving caravans that they do not leave and are never seen or heard from again. So my recommendation to you, Miss Tatiana, is to enter, find what you seek, and promptly leave before you find a similar fate and the end of the world comes and you are not here to help stop it. I hope that is helpful to you on top of the services I already provide for that of the people of Illica and the city of Maester.
I love Bularola so much. But yeah, she'll nod very enthusiastically as she writes some of that information down that he was saying. Well, good. I'm glad everyone's in agreement. I'm happy to help also convince the rest of the headmasters as well, since I, experienced it all firsthand. So
You have your hands full, young Mistress Tatiana. We will handle the rest of it. You have much else you need to attend to. We will keep your dissertation with us. We will make copies of it and send you an arcane version of it so you may review it, and should you find it amicable to your schedule after the end of everything is prevented, perhaps then you can finish it. And finish what you started.
No. I have a lot of other things to work on if we survive this. Thanks for the suggestion.
she says nothing, but exhales for a very long time.
But yeah, she'll give him. She's like, "Here's my pile."
Yep. Sets it down. As you set it down, as they take it, and it seems like everything's about to be adjourned, Belle, she claps and she's like, "Yeah! I'm not doing my dissertation either."
That's not what I meant. Do it.
Oh. Okay, and she'll sit down. And
Thank you.
see,
Thanks for the support. I love you.
You can see your dad. He's like, "Oh, God." But with that, Bolorolos, he will pick up a gavel and sort of slam it down and say,
"This defense is adjourned. We will put your dissertation in a sort of permanent stasis. Should you ever be inclined between now and your death, you may return to defend it, even if it is, well, long time from now. You are permitted within the grounds of the college, and you will seek what you request. Enjoy the rest of your day within the college, Mistress Tatiana. I believe there are individuals here that would like to speak with you privately. We are adjourned. Please return to your duties elsewhere."
and slams the gavel again, and you can see all of the headmasters, they all sort of stand and then they teleport. I mean, they're like, they're like 18th level wizards. Like, they just teleport back to the cities they were helping defend against whatever may come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lila will like do a big sigh, look to Zephyrin, look to Belle, look to her dad, and then go up to talk with them.
Yeah, your dad will sort of come around from behind the elevated podium and say,
"I have to admit, I was scared when you came in, but I'm very proud of you."
Thanks. I didn't know exactly how you would take it. I assumed hearing that, everything that happened and that you would be understanding and stuff, so.
Yes, maybe 10 years ago, I would have been upset that you didn't do your dissertation, but at the end of the day, what matters now is that we're happy, and we feel like what we're doing matters. I mean, God, honestly, I couldn't even imagine if I had to spend the rest of however much time I have left grading papers. No. I would much rather spend my time doing something that is effective to help prevent the end of the world, not something that will make me want the world to end sooner.
Yeah, definitely. We also should address that you're not happy, but we can get there later. You don't have to.
No, I love teaching. I do. Just everything else that comes with it that I don't like.
Oh, the grading part. Do you not have a TA yet?
No, I do. They're not good enough. I do it best.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yes.
I have struggles, letting people do things sometimes, so it's all good.
Belle, ignoring that, says, "So why can't I also not skip my dissertation?"
Okay, if the end of the world is coming for you too, let's consider.
In-
Okay?
Okay. But now's not the end of the world. I mean, it is the end of the world. Why can't I just, drop out of school and go do something fun?
Well, I assume Hearthcrest is going to go on a pause right now, right?
Well, the thing we're concerned about is sending the students out into the world by pausing everything, as it could send some of them into danger. A lot of students that come here, some of them don't have homes to go back to. So we're keeping everything open and keeping things running as normal, but letting the students know that there may come a time when they need to defend themselves. And most of them would be safer here with their professors and the headmasters than at home. Their families are welcome to come and stay as well. We've invited that, and we've expanded the lower portions of the college for safe rooms, should the worst happen.
Good. No, that's really good to hear.
So no, you cannot skip your classes because they are still happening.
See, Belle, she rolls her eyes. She's not willing to fight this right now. It's the end of the world. She's not going to get into an argument with her dad.
Right. Right. Well, yeah. There's another thing, reason why I'm not finishing the dissertation too. And she kind of looks to Zevran.
Yeah. Jamie he'll sort of look to Zevran. Oh, Zevran, it's so good to see you. I've heard so much about you, and he'll shake his hand.
The first time they met?
Yep.
Has he found out about the engagement? That's really funny. Did Lila tell them yet?
Did you tell him?
I feel like I would have.
No way you just rocked up with a ring on your finger and then did all this talking without even telling them first.
Maybe you were hoping to use it as like, okay, you're upset about this whole dissertation thing, but...
Like she would have told them.
And, well, you can see Zevran doesn't seem very nervous right now.
So she told them.
He asked for permission. Like a
so this isn't the first time. Okay.
This is the first time they've met in person.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, then Lila will go, oh yeah, and shows them.
Yes, I received a sending several days ago. Not several days, about 3 weeks ago, that I was not expecting, but after a little bit of thought and deliberation, he's here to support you, and judging by everything he went through you with, I think he sounds like a good match to me. And on top of that, very smart to boot. I had read some of the papers you'd written in the meantime before I had responded, and I'm impressed. You have quite the great penmanship when it comes to arcane notations. It's quite exquisite, actually. You can see Zevran just blushes a little bit. Says, "Well, it's really nothing. It just comes naturally. I don't know."
He fits in so well.
Yeah. It's going to be one of those things where there might be times, if the world doesn't end, that you're going to be a third wheel to your husband and your dad.
That's a better than them not getting along, so it's fine.
All right.
This is a little meta, but do I have a conversation with Belle that I get to have during downtime?
Yeah. There was, and it works out that you're here. You guys could go get lunch at the same cafe.
Okay. I didn't know if we wanted to do that right now, but
let me double check the list here, because
I just didn't know if I should do it now.
Yeah.
Or
sorry, I was on
I'll wait.
Different tab. Year one. Okay. So most of Nalthian and Twig stuff is in year 2. Most of the rest of it. Did that. And so, oh wait, no, sorry. So we're gonna jump actually over to Nalthian. There's one thing here. There's 2 more things for Twig and Nalthian, or 1 more thing for Twig and Nalthian. I just didn't see their names. Whoopsie poopsie. Okay, so let's do those. Then we'll jump to Ryan, and then we'll jump back to you.
Love it.
All right. So both of these are narrate things, but I wanted to get a little bit of information from you, Nalthian and Twig, on how you want to do these. First thing with Nalthian, on the 12th of Shade Sun, which is October now. So after spending all that time in Verdalka, eventually you make your way back to Oakcairn. And well, Nalthian, during this time, specifically, you wanted to start recruiting and training new knights for House Forrester. So when it comes to these knights that you're searching for as you're traveling, while you're in Verdalka for that month and traveling back to Oakcairn, is there anything in particular Nalthian is looking for, or anything in particular he's doing for people that want to become a knight of House Forrester?
Yeah, I mean, I would say he's getting, I don't want to say conducting interviews, but kind of conducting interviews, right? He's kind of checking personality before.
Gotta get the vibe check, yeah.
physical thing. One of the things that is going to be in the tenets is that like the dream of being a knight is not unattainable. Like it can be for anybody. Anybody can be a knight. You just have to have the will and the drive to do it. So like it's not really like a physical thing. It's more of like a aptitude personality test. So that being said, just kind of people who have a drive to fight for something other than themselves, right? Like a bigger purpose outside of themselves, and not any like, I don't want to say that he's not looking for people who are selfish, because like part of being a knight is learning to put that stuff aside. So like people who are willing, who seem like they want to change though, you know, like they're looking for something else in life as well. Loyalty is important in these moments. Like people who don't seem shady in a way that they're just here to fuck around, you know? That makes sense?
No, that makes total sense. Okay. So, and I'm assuming then that Nalthian very obviously is not, like if somebody is low born or, you know, they're not from high society, that Nalthian would accept them as well too,
here.
Right?
It literally doesn't matter what walk of life you come from.
Okay.
Anybody can be in it.
As long as once they pass the sort of initial conversation and they continue with the training, and the promise to all of these people, then this might be something that you and Gemma want to talk about a little bit outside of the session and then come back next week. But what is the promise to these people? Like, what do they get in return for becoming a knight of House Forrester?
Ooh, that's very much a Gemma question, I think.
I mean, I don't know if you really care for details, but I imagine it is genuinely a thing of just like, you know, for the duration, they will have, you know, room in the key, and upon their, you know, retirement, whether it's old age or, you know, other desires in life, they will be granted like land with colony or, and always have like safe harbored within the keep, you know. I think that's thing enough. Yeah,
I think that's good. I mean, you're getting land. You are, like the way Nalfian's gonna phrase it's like it's self-built, you know, reputation.
You
for
defend
your,
this place, and you know the place will defend you in turn. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And, you know, we'll say Nalthian, as you're talking to people, Twig is there with you because she's the lady of the house, too.
Of course.
Yeah, so the two of you, your powers combined, are able to vibe check people well enough. Nalthian, as they approach, you can tell what type of warrior they are by how they carry themselves and how they would fight. And Twig, you are very wise, and you can get a very good read on the intentions of somebody and whether they maybe seem deceitful. And the two of you, you're able to sort of get all the bad apples. You're able to catch them and sort of say no thank you, not in a rude way, but just say, no. And
my people will call your people.
Yeah. But the rest of them that you end up talking to and accepting, I mean, they seem genuinely good or have a desire to make a difference. Some people, when that sort of those world-ending vortexes began to descend during the breaking, some of them had been attacked by their families. Their homes had been attacked by Shadow Spawn, Dark Friends. They've lost lives to this conflict, and they don't have a home anymore. And they want to defend this world because they have nothing else other than this world. And if this world is gone, then they have no memory to honor of the family that had fallen. And you hear so many stories like that. And we'll say that there's probably about 250 people total that you talk to, that you like, that feel like they truly want to make a difference. From Tarkir and Iverion as well. People that had like come from the north and like migrated down to Dragon's Bay and into Talamir to have the opportunity to maybe do that, hearing Nalfian's story.
Yay.
Okay. All right, cool. So we got that. So those are the types of knights that you recruit, and we'll get to the training regiment and everything towards the beginning of the second year. Twig, eventually when you return, obviously Queen Elizabeth Omen stays for a few weeks. You give her a tour of the grounds, and she greets, your steward and, the two knights, or the other knight that was not able to come, which was Danny. Danny is on his best behavior, though. I will let you know.
I'm so proud of him.
He really is trying so hard. It looks like he's about to explode. Like, he is really, like, sucking all the air in and terrified right now. Queen Elizabeth Omen thinks it's kind of funny, but is impressed that you were able to take from the story you tell an actual raccoon, and through magic and determination turn him into a valiant knight of your house, the second knight of your house. You can, after Danny talks to her, Nalfian, he comes to you and says, Nalfian, I'm sorry. I think I'm getting the headsman's axe. I think I messed up. I don't think I bowed enough times. Oh.
I think you're fine. I think you're overthinking it. Pat.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Well, if not, you'd make a nice rug. And Alfie bursts out laughing.
Hey, what the fuck?
Too small, maybe a doormat at best.
I'm just kidding.
Never say I'd make a good doormat ever again. You don't know what happened to my Uncle Frank, all right?
That's rough.
Uncle Frank.
He didn't get turned into a doormat. He just got ran over by a cart, but he looked like a doormat. It was traumatic.
Come here. Now if he gives him a hug.
Yeah. He raccoon waddles over. He has like normal-ish legs now. I don't know why he said he waddled.
I don't know why he's just a little kid.
He's a little low right now, you know? Like how when raccoons stand on their hind legs, it kind of looks like they have puffy pants on, you know? Like that's... Sometimes he sinks down a bit and he looks like he has puffy pants. All right, perfect. But that was definitely not where I intended that to go. Eventually, Queen Elizabeth Omen leaves. She thanks you for showing her around, and once again is incredibly thankful that you would take the time to come to her, when in all reality, she should have come to you many years ago, knowing deep down that your mother was never the cause of this. But she's happy now that you can have this relationship, and she tells you that there will be mercenaries, there will be food, and there will be supplies sent to Talamir to help protect it, enforce it, rebuild roads, rebuild towns and buildings and farmlands, so that way the people that are going to be moving in there, and for the knights that will eventually get land, that way that can already be done. You don't have to worry about rebuilding a farmhouse before giving it to somebody else. She wants to set you up for success.
We love that.
Yeah. So, but as she leaves, Twig, there's something else that's been on your mind that you wanted to do. Specifically, somewhere you wanted to build a shrine to a specific someone, and also you wanted to make a connection with the Feywild. Now, the Rift is a year 2 thing for sure, but do you want the shrine and the Rift to be in the same place, or were you thinking of having those be separate entities?
You know, I didn't actually think about it, but like I feel like that would be a good idea. Like, not like the same place, but you know, connected.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And so for the shrine for Elwyn, what were you thinking? Like, where did you want it to be? What did you want it to look like?
Yeah, so I wanted it to be somewhere close to Oakhorn, so it's like, you know, somewhere people will visit, you know. And I imagine it's just in a part of the forest, and it's like I said, it's not too far away from like the city itself, but the area itself is just kind of sheltered by trees where you step into it and it feels like you're just, worlds away. Like it's very much a peaceful and just nature-filled place. And it's like, it's not like this large area. It's like, probably the size of like a room or something, well, I guess a larger room. But it just has this kind of mound that's formed with these just mossy rocks. And at the center of it, it'll have this large tree that has a kind of like hollow at its base, like it's like a little like hollowing out of the tree where you could like, theoretically go inside. But in that hollow, it will have this carved stone tortoise, and basically it will be a shrine to Elwyn, the tortoise, commemorating Twig's first meeting with her. And a lot of it is just nature, that was her thing, Mother of Mountains. But it will have these, around the base of the tree, it will have these like stone lanterns that will be able to like have like little candles or whatever inside. So even if it can't be like, a temple to worship her because, she's dead, it's still a place to kind of, pay respects and just, and just, worship, I guess, what she's done, what she's stood for, But yeah, just a cute little shrine area.
Okay, sounds good to me. Now, Twig, over the course of the month of November, as the snow begins to fall, because you are in a Western hemisphere, right? Yeah. Northern hemisphere. There we go. Place. You do experience weather the way that we do. So I don't know why I'm going. Not like you don't know, So Gemma, I have this really crazy concept. Imagine if.
Oh shit.
So
all I know is wet season, dry season.
So the weather does begin to change, and the leaves within Talamir, they do begin to darken to oranges and yellows and reds in Hearthfire, the month of November. However, as you place the last stone, or you insert the carved tortoise into the hollow of the tree, everything around here just begins to hum with life. Some of the color returns, almost as if clicking the last puzzle piece in. Something is alive here. Something is connected. You can feel something growing here, like a seed planted. And given Twig's close connection to it, somewhere near here, in a location or in a spot that Twig chooses, as she is the sort of creator of this place, a portal, a rift, an opening to the Feywild will appear. And it'll take time to fully develop and grow, so individuals can move through it. But in terms of how that is shown here and how it's placed, that is Twig's choice. It can be anywhere in the area near it. It can be more secluded. It can be in the shrine itself. It's entirely up to you. But I will give you time to think about that, as that will not be happening until later next year. Yeah. Where's that at? Where's that at in my notes? What the hell? There we go. Bop, bop. Halloween. Okay, there we go. Awesome. I just wanted to write that down real quick. All right. So then we're going to go ahead and move on.
That already happened. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to hop back to you, Lila, for your conversation with Belle. And then we will go back to you, Yorick. Or actually, wait a minute. I'm going to message you, Ryan. But we're going to go ahead and hop to you, Lila, as you are able to sort of pull away from the area where you were defending your dissertation and that same cafe that you and Belle ate at originally. You go there.
Cool.
Now, is this something? Did you want this to be a private conversation between you and Belle, or like you, Belle, and Zevran, or are you okay with your dad being there?
I think to start, I think probably the four of them are getting like lunch together, and my guess is there's gonna be a moment when Zevran and her dad just kind of like geek out together and they totally tunnel into whatever they're talking about. And Lila will say ask Belle to kind of like, oh, let's just walk around the courtyard. I don't know what's nearby.
That's fine.
So they're like, oh, we'll be right back. And of course the dudes are just like, oh yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
So I think on their walk, Lila will start and ask, so how was time with Dad? Has things gotten better?
Yeah, a lot, actually. I spend half the week in sort of like a work study, I guess, as he's in Odero. It's kind of cool. Actually, it's really cool. Like, it's really... Like, you think the College of Hearthcrest is magical? Odero is, like, crazy. I mean, crazy. They have kart races on, like... Joe's gonna say the word wrong. Morbius strips? No, that's the vampire guy. Or is it the things that are like, huh? Mobius?
Mobius strips?
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Morbius.
I don't know what those are.
So they are the things that are like where it's like an infinite kind of. It's like a man. It's like an unending path. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. So they have like kart races on them. It's crazy. Like they have these like strange like bipedal. They're kind of like ostrich-y creatures, except they have like magic, so they can like fly and they spread like arcane wings, and they kind of like hover too. And the carts that they have attached to them have like crystals on the bottom that cause them to float, and they do like races on them. It's crazy. They also have really good coffee, which is just a fun fact. Not really relevant right now. It's just really cool, is what I'm trying to get at. I really do like it, and I think most importantly, even though he's busy a lot of the time, ever since we left, he does make more time to spend with me, and we do things.
Good.
Which is nice.
Good. I'm really glad to hear that. And I'm actually maybe I'll run into a few things that would in Odero. You know, because I'm gonna go there for a little bit, but as much as I want this just to be like a really good catch-up time, there's something I wanted to tell you. I need to tell, probably more people, but I wanted to tell you first. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work anymore. Kind of like what I was talking about. Actually, no, not kind of. Exactly what I was talking about in my dissertation. Space and time, and as well as divinity, is gone or falling apart. We're somewhere in between the two. And Corellian is gone. But before Corellian was taken or removed or whatever actually happened, he asked me to join him as a planeswalker in the Astral Sea once the Dark One was defeated. And I said yes. And now that he's gone, I don't really know exactly what all that will look like. I didn't even know exactly what it would look like before he left, honestly. I have a few ideas. He alluded to me being an essential part of basically rebuilding it, the sea, the astral sea in general, but he did mention that it would take up a lot of my time. And that time, since time moves differently in the astral sea, it may cause some complications with the amount of time I can spend with people on the material plane. Granted, now that that's gonna look a little different, I don't know how much of those barriers will be in place anymore. I don't know if even the astral sea will work in the same time way that it has been since everything's falling apart, if that makes sense. And I feel a huge responsibility to still go to the astral sea and fix things. And Zevran will be coming with me when that time comes. And I want you to know that I'm never going to not want to be by your side. But I'm also at the same time doing this, all of this, not finishing my dissertation, going to hell, fixing the astral sea, all of this. Obviously it's for existence as a whole and, you know, our family, but like a very central piece of this is that I want you to be able to make your life whatever you want it to be. I know we were told for a long time exactly what a Tatiana was and what we had to do. And I feel like I've had the opportunity to make those strong choices for myself. I'm not finishing my dissertation because I'm choosing the astral sea. I have no desire to complete it because I need to dedicate everything to the structure of that plane and maybe other planes and helping other planeswalkers. And I'm also doing that so that you can do whatever you want. Whether you want to be a professor here, or if you want to just travel the world and see everything, or if you want to do nothing. If you want to finish school and retire early, marry rich, and just enjoy life, I don't care. But I want that to be something that you can choose and do. So I'm sorry at what we both have to sacrifice for both of us to get the opportunity to do what we want. And I don't know if you're gonna be mad at me or anything right now, because I've had some very mixed reactions about telling people this, but I want you to know that despite doing it for you, I want to do this. It feels like what I'm supposed to do, what I've been led to do my whole life.
You can see she's grappling with a lot, listening to you talk. She says, and you're, even if he's not there anymore, you're confident that coming home might be hard because of your responsibility there, right?
I'm pretty confident it will be.
Okay. I'm sad. You know.
Me too.
But Dad was right. I am going to do my dissertation, and I know exactly what I'm going to do it on. Traveling to different planes of existence, specifically the Astral Sea, because I want to visit my sister. That's what my dissertation's going to be on, and I'm going to learn how to do it better than anybody else.
Good. I'm happy to help with that research because Brilliant's given me a lot of gifts that I can pass on to you as well. I mean, Pathfinder runs in our blood, and if that's what you want, I will always support you. And she's gonna get a copy of that spell that she and Zevran had been working on, and she's gonna give it to Belle and say, whenever I can't be there and you want to know that I'm there, cast this, because there will not be a single moment that goes by that you're not in my mind and my heart. And if you just need to feel me close, that should help, I hope.
She holds the scroll tightly, and she'll hug you. Yeah. And we'll say, okay. All right, and I'm probably gonna need a lot of help because teleportation magic has always been kind of my weakest thing.
Oh, yes, I could definitely. Okay, there's plenty of time still before any of this freaking happens. Let's see if it even does, you know. This is all theoretical. But yes, I will be around here in Hearthcrest for a little bit of time, actually, so we can actually, you know, work on some stuff together if you would like.
Oh my God, yeah. Yes, please. Give me all the secrets.
Yes, I can, and I have. And she starts like pulling out some of her stuff from her bag. She's like, okay, wait, we won't start now. I'm sorry, and she puts it back in her bag.
No, it's okay. I mean, I can kind of Misty Step. It just is weird.
Weird? How so?
Well, and you can see she like pulls out her wand and she casts Misty Step. And you can see, instead of going like 30 feet, she ends up going 10 feet and ends up on her head as opposed to on her feet. Ow. Ow.
Okay.
How are you supposed to orientate yourself as mist? I don't get it.
Yeah, no, okay.
Nobody ever thinks of the logistics of it, honestly.
You're really great. Okay, let me
When was the last time you did?
You're really great at evocation. You're awesome at it. But you're treating this like an evocation spell, and that is just not it. And then she's gonna like start to go through, at least with Misty Step, some of the tips and stuff, and like basically like you're not turning into mist is turning into you or something.
Yeah,
like that.
it's very like, no, it's Leviosa, like that.
Yeah, exactly. And Belle's like, okay. Love that.
All right. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and fade on that scene as we transition back to Yorick, the Wild Hunt Atrium, or just in general, back in House Nassim. So, Yorick, as we come back to you, you've spent the past, let's see, about month to 2 months in House Nassim, just helping people, doing what you can, spending time with your family, helping the witness and whatever he needs. And it's felt good to be home, but you know that the wedding is coming up, and also you had a very specific goal in mind that you wanted to accomplish over the next year. So at that point, it's probably getting time to head up and move out.
Yeah. Yorick would say goodbyes to his family, his sisters, all of his nieces and nephews. He's been spending a large amount of time just playing with all the kids, especially. But yeah, the morning that he is going to head out, though, he would head to, I can't remember what the room was called, but it's where Yorick was, like, officially called as High Hunter by the Witness and by the Wild Hunt. Kind of his, not office area, but I know it's where he spent a lot of time kind of communing with them. And just kind of his main area, I guess. So Yorick would head there trying to find Toljan before he headed out.
Yeah. So you are able to find him as he sits in there, writing various letters to be sent to Oscaraz in recognition of their joining of the democracy, and the specifics of what that would look like based off of your advice and his ultimate decision. And he looks up and he says,
"Ah, Yorick. Please come in. I'd love to speak with you, if that's what you're looking for."
Did you have something to say to me, or were you just looking for company in general? And he'll
Company.
Take a seat across from him.
Company in general. It is lonely work writing as many letters as I do.
Surely we have some talented scribes who could help you out.
We do, but... if I give all my work to other people, what good am I now that I no longer speak for the Wild Hunt? I just speak for our people, which is no small thing, but I have to make myself useful somehow.
You were chosen for that task for a reason.
But you came looking for me. What's on your mind?
As you know, we've talked about this, there's still work that needs to be done, commitments that I have to see through. I need to head out. I'm gonna leave right after this, actually. You're my last stop. I don't know how the world's gonna change after everything with the Creator, the Dark One. But it does need to change, at least a little bit. Or maybe we do, at least. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but there's more of the world that I need to see. There are people that I need to meet and places that I need to see. As such, I can no longer fulfill my obligations as High Hunter of House Nasine.
You can see he nods, and there's a little bit of there's a lot of sadness, but also understanding.
It is not my purpose as witness to disagree with you. But regardless of where you travel, we would be proud to have you as our High Hunter. But if this is what you wish, it will be done. But know that not only do you have a home here, you will always be honored and respected here for what you did. Should you ever wish to reclaim that title, it will be here for you. I promise you that.
I know. But I've learned so much just these past few months since I've been away. It feels like everything changed, but nothing changed. I think I'm just the one that changed. And I have being High Hunter to thank for that and sending me on that journey. I still have much to learn, and my journey is not over, but I think that there's someone else you can call that's ready to learn the same lesson that I did. And he will reach up and he will take off the watchful helm that he's had since the beginning, and he will place it down. I remember when you gave me this for valor, I think you said. I think this, more than anything, helped me the most. It taught me to pay attention, to see that, yes, perhaps moving forward is the goal, but there's always more around us. There's so much that we don't see. So much that we miss because we just don't take a second to look for it. I think I've learned to look for those things now. And whoever you choose next, I think that this will be a great start for them.
You make House Lucine proud, Yorick. You will leave very big shoes to fill. But you're right. And I know whatever you set your mind to next. I fear for whatever enemy you claim, because there has never been a high hunter such as you.
And he'll kind of take the helm and put it on his side of the desk, reclaiming the role of High Hunter to House Nassim, leaving it unclaimed for now.
This isn't goodbye. I will come back. I just know that there's more I can do out there right now. I believe I know I'm honored here, but House Decene is plenty strong without me too. And there are more people that we can help out there. When you do pick someone, can you pass on one thing to them for me?
Yes, I can do that.
Tell them the story doesn't have to have a sad ending.
All right. I will tell them.
York will stand up. It's been an honor.
The greatest of my life.
And he'll sort of bow his head to you.
York will bow back. Safety until we next meet.
Safety until we next meet.
And Yorick, as you leave the halls of House Nasine, as you round a corner, you get to a market square. And your paths had crossed a few times, but you see a tiefling woman. Pale hue of green, curled ram's horns around her head, wearing robes of black and gold. You see her laughing, talking with a merchant at a stall. You see Glacia in her portrayal, her humanoid form, embracing life, truthfully happy.
You have two thoughts in that moment. One, of course, you're happy for her, that she has found some semblance of happiness and peace in this life, and hope that conversation with her and Aventa Hollow will come shortly. But secondly, if anyone ever does attack House Nassim, not only will they have to face the fearsome warriors, but they'll have to face one of the former archdevils of the Nine Hells. So you feel just a little safer leaving your home behind, just in case something happens.
Yeah, they'll be all right.
Okay. So with that, Yorick, you head out, and you return to Oak Cairn just in time for the snowfall. As we arrive in the city of Oak Cairn, snow begins to fall. There's not a snowy image of Oak Cairn. My bad. I'll have it for next session. But what I do have is snow sound effects. Woo!
Yay!
So, all of you now, with the help of yeah, I misremembered. So, oh yes, okay, here we go. Here's the list. So, we have as follows. These are the people that are grouped together between Ephron's ship, the ship that all of you received from Lila, and a third ship provided by the Arcans that has been finished due to the special occasion. It only seemed fitting since you did save their lives from a cold, quiet death. Good job.
Jesus.
The it's the truth.
Yeah.
What do you mean I didn't have to say it like that?
No, it's... keep going. No dead air. No dead air.
Okay. So these are the people that are invited. For one, in the bridal party for Lila, we have Belle, who's the maid of honor, and then Twig and Blossom. And then Zevran, his brother,
What the fuck is his name? I put his brother because I thought you might remember.
No, there are too many names.
There are many names.
I want to say it's the Night Story. That's what his brother was named after. Oh my god.
Yep.
Edric? Edwin? No.
Elric?
Elric. Elderberries. Fuck. Sir Emric. There we go. Sir Emric Tariel.
Emric.
Yeah, Sir Emric Tariel.
was
Sir
close.
Emric is the best man. Nalfian and York are the groomsmen. Danny is gonna be the ring bearer.
Absolutely.
Tiberius, of course, he'll be the flower girl, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh no. Ephron's daughter will be the flower girl.
Yes, I love that.
So Ephron and his family, Blossom's family, Professor Alonre, some people from the college will go. Lila's fashion designer from Hearthcrest.
Is this your list, Felicity?
You didn't even name her?
I love it so much.
He's gotta come.
Yeah, of course. Colette, of all people, is verbatim what's written there. Fuck it, all of Twig's council people too. And any of Zevran's friends who have never been mentioned. There's five. There's five people that he grew up with that. Yeah. And Eurydice, if possible.
Quantity.
She will do her darndest. Actually, Eurydice is unable to, but she will send Lucky.
You just get a woof of sulfur, you know?
Yeah, she's gonna send Lucky in golden retriever form to hang out.
Cute.
All right. So with that, the Astral Sea ships power up and go into fucking warp drive as all of you return to the city of Yule. So, as all of you arrive, same as you had done before, you dock in the small pond area, and everybody is unloaded. And you can see Nicholas approaches, the stout and jolly man dressed in red and white and black, says,
Well, very glad to see all of you made it. Please, if you'll follow me, I'll show you to your lodgings, and, well, tomorrow the ceremony will begin. Please, enjoy the town. Without these individuals here, it wouldn't be standing still. So, please, follow me, and enjoy your time within the city of Yule.
And all of you follow Saint Nick himself. As you walk through the city streets, you can see the elves hard at work, always preparing for Wintermas. And all of you head to your lodgings, which is Wilbur's Wondrous Eatery. Same place all of you had been before. There you go. Look at that. Wow, Christmas.
You only got some peas made.
So, the day passes. All of you spend time catching up with your friends and companions that you hadn't seen in so long. You can see, of course, Blossom immediately accepted when you asked her, Lila. But as soon as she gets on the ship, or gets off the ship and sees Nalfian, she like stares you down, Nalfian, and she walks over to you and says, "So you been good? Because that man right there, he knows if you haven't been."
Sorry, it's just so funny to be accosted by this person. Yeah, I have. With his hands
She's
up,
gonna-
like I
she's
fucking know.
She's gonna
I'm
roll
like,
an
guilty.
insight check.
Yeah, do it, bitch.
All right. I believe you.
Oh my
But
God,
Sir Nalfian Forrester, I've got my eyes on you. Not just these two. And you can see little Theodore pops out from behind her, who's a little bit older now. I got these two on you as well, so you best be on your best behavior. Mhm.
Only for you, and you, and now it's gonna pick out Theodore.
You can see
I love
immediately
that's the Wilhelm scream.
the charade of like his mom is just gone as he's just like, "You're the Knight of the Green Lady. What was that like? Did you do really cool things? What was the tourney like? What's it like to be a knight? Is it really cool? I want to be a knight one day. Well, maybe I don't. I don't know." Is it just this?
Now he's just gonna like engage in conversation the entire. I'll handle this from now on, Blossom. Thank you.
Oh, so now you're just gonna abduct my son? Well, you better stop right. And she doesn't like stop you at all. She just kind of lets you. And you can see Theodore's like, "No, and he's like pretending to like wiggle and writhe, but he's having a good time.
Cute. Oh.
Okay. You can see Zevran and his brother have a reunion, and the two of them speak very briefly. They had a little bit before, but being here, it's real. As Emmerich sort of looks around at the city of Yule, and he's like,
"You went here? Like you were here, and you helped Saint Nick?"
Yeah, I guess we did. You know, in the moment, it was weird, but it didn't seem as strange as it does now. I don't know. Distance and time, it just changes how things proceed.
Wait, where's the... Sorry, not to cut you off. Can we invite the Grinch?
Oh, you mean Krampus?
Krampus.
Yeah. Well, as all of you are walking through, you can see decorating the tree in the town center as the green furred individual as he goes,
"Well, look who it is."
As he sort of crawls down from the ladder.
Because remember, Lila gave him a makeover.
Yeah. You can see he's wearing like a little, just like the Grinch in the movie when he puts the Santa suit on. He's got kind of his own little Santa suit on. He's like,
You look amazing.
Oh, you look amazing too.
Oh, thank you.
It's so great to see all of you.
It's so wonderful.
Yes. Well, I'm very excited for the wedding. I'm going to help make the cookies with...
Thank you so
yes.
much.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, please, I have to get back to decorating this, but it's so good to see all of you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Turns around and crawls back up the ladder.
Scurries again.
This is so weird. All right, so...
I love it.
eventually the day comes and passes, reunions are had, and you all make merry. But eventually, night comes, and as the sun begins to rise, you all make the preparations. All of you, if you're able, help. As is with any wedding, the groomsmen are ready just a little bit earlier. It's a lot easier to get ready. It's just 4 pieces and you're done, you know?
I gotta take some time to do my hair. Thank you very much.
All right,
and
Alfian
Twig's
takes
hair.
time to do his hair and Twig's hair.
I have to see if Lila needs help with her hair. What do you mean? There's not a lot to do.
So Zevran and Yorick, they spend a lot of time prepping the tables along with the elves.
And his 25 strength now is just lifting things like one-handed, just walking away.
How? Oh my God, Yorick! But everything is set up with the help of the elves. The food is prepared off to the side, and in the specific area where you're having it, you can see the lake has been frozen over, leaving this beautiful backdrop of the city of Yule itself. And around it, there is this like aura of warmth added to it. So it's not nearly as frigid as when you first arrive. It's cool. And it doesn't feel cold, but the snow is still perfect. Just nice and fluffy and soft. I mean, it's a winter wonderland. But the chairs are set up. And the people who were invited, they take their seats. And with that, as all of you eventually get done getting ready, the wedding will commence. So, I have to ask, are you and Zevran doing first looks, or is it like when he approaches, that's the first time he sees you?
I didn't think about it.
That's okay. We'll do it traditional wedding style and no first
looks.
looks.
Do you have something prepared for a first look?
No. I just didn't know how in depth you wanted to go with the wedding. All right.
I didn't think about it.
All right. Cool.
LaBelle.
So, with that, the wedding begins. Zevran, Emric, Yorick, and Nalfian, they stand. And standing next to Zevran in the center is Saint Nick himself, dressed in his finest reds. As we shift to Lila. As there's this like snowy curtain that had enveloped the area to provide some cover for you as you exited and began to approach. Your bridesmaids enter with Twig and Belle and Blossom. Not in that order. Blossom, Twig, Belle. There we go. Enter first. And then Ephron's daughter moves through and begins throwing the small petals down on the ground. As Lila, then you make your way through. Your father holding you, walking down the aisle with you. And you can see the stars, the astral sea above you is potent. The magic here is so vibrant. As we'll go ahead and move to the Yuletide wedding slide.
Oh, dog.
Oh.
So. You eventually step forward and up onto the small raised platform. Lila, would you like to describe, for those of people that didn't see it, what her dress looks like?
It's so pretty.
Yeah, so it's Lila tends to wear really flashy things, but this is like not as overly flashy maybe as some people would have thought. It has like somewhat like of a star-made cape. It's like, and then stars, it's like not quite off the shoulder, but like starts at the shoulders and like on the chest and starts to like gather and go down into a silvery, more so kind of like basically just stardust dress. Yeah, she does not have a veil, but her sleeves and cape thing are very long.
Okay, alrighty.
And Twig has doves carrying her cape as she walks down the aisle. It's
conjure animals for
cute.
you.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Alrighty. So, you walk and take your place next to your bridesmaids, next to Zevran. Standing right behind you, Saint Nick,
Santa.
the patron
what?
of the
Who?
city of Yule. You can see he is brimming with happiness, but Zevran truthfully contest Santa Claus for the most joyful. You can see the tears running down his face, as any good groom does. You gotta cry. Come on.
Yeah,
What are you, heartless? So, as the two of you stand there, Saint Nick will begin.
Welcome, one and all, to the city of Yule. It fills my heart with joy to see so many gathered here in this sacred place, where warmth of love and the spirit of Wintermas shines brightly, even amidst the vastness of the astral sea. Wintermas is a time of joy, a season where we gather close to those we cherish, where the cold of winter is kept at bay by the warmth of our hearts. But as wonderful as the gifts and festivities are, they pale in comparison to the true gift we all hold dear, the love we share with one another. Today we celebrate the love, and that love in its purest form. Lila and Zevran, your love is a beacon, a light that guides us through the darkest times. It reminds us that no matter where we are in this endless universe, the joy we find in each other's company is the greatest treasure of all. So let us rejoice in this union, in the love that binds us, and in the joy that fills our hearts today. May this moment, like the warmth of a Wintermas hearth, stay with us always.
And he'll look to Zevran and to you.
And I understand that the two of you have written vows to each other.
Zevran will kind of look to you.
Do you want to go first, or should I go first?
I can go first. It's okay.
All
right. She'll like squeeze his hands as he seems so nervous. And then she does still have on her pendant to Corellian, so she will kind of like take a breath and like touch it instinctively, and then kind of like look up, almost like there's the only hint of sadness, and is that moment. But then she'll like let go of the pendant and like take back Zevran's hands. Zevran, I don't know what the future will bring for us. Our time together has been riddled with darkness. But despite all of that, you have been a shining light for me. You have been a person I can lean on when the world's weight pushes on me. Your mind and soul have a strength that I envy. To be so ready for the strife and life and issues we faced as you got to know me, and still we face many issues to come, but you're here, and that makes me so pleasantly surprised. And it's not just that we somehow got to know each other during the mess of the war for the light, but the gem of a person I got to know. Your innate bravery, genius, and kindness makes it easy to love you. You have protected not just my family, my friends, the world, myself, and my heart, but I want to promise to you, Zevran, that I will protect your family, our friends, the world, and your heart. With you, I feel strong enough that we could truly do anything. Rewrite the stars even. Whatever life brings, and however long it is, I will love you until time itself runs out.
You can see Zevran like patting away the tears. And he pulls out a small piece of parchment and begins to read from it.
Lila, from the moment we met, I was captivated by your brilliance, your relentless pursuit of truth, and the fire within you that burns so brightly. You have the strength to rewrite history if it means preserving the light, the life, and the love that you hold dear. Your unwavering belief in the goodness of people, even when the world around us is dark, it inspires me every day. In you, I've found a partner, an equal, and, in all honesty, a love that transcends time. I am so grateful that in this vast expanse of astral sea, time stands still, allowing me to spend eternity with you. I vow to stand by your side, to cherish every moment we have, and to protect the life and light you bring into my life for as long as we have in this world and beyond. I'm yours, and I'm so glad you are mine.
And you can see he squeezes your hand, and Saint Nick smiles and lets out a hearty
Well then, by the powers vested in me, by the magic of Wintermas, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss.
And
They freaking do.
as you do, all the people begin to clap, happy and full of merriment and joy in this place. As you kiss, the snowstorm around you stops and snowflakes begin to fall. A Wintermas miracle. And then, of course, there's the reception, full of even more merriment and joy, as through mulled wine and spiced wine, you see Zevran dance freely, and it is very funny.
Hell yeah.
As everyone here spends time enjoying life and truly living it to the fullest. No one knows what awaits them in the future, but at least in this moment right now, they can be happy, celebrate love and life safely. And on that note, that is where we're going to go and end tonight's session. And we will go ahead and pick up with the beginning of year 2 next week. Yeah, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. It was a very fun downtime session. It felt very productive for downtime, which is good. Love that. Loved all the moments. This isn't Stars and Wishes, though. What am I doing? Thanks for watching, everybody. Be sure to tune in on Tuesday for the Salamander Coast, Wednesday for the Tales of Iverion, and next Saturday for the Isles, oh my God, of Iverion. I have the hiccups. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.